Sunday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here to serve you some hot BGMI action. The temperatures outside might be scorching, but inside the battlegrounds, it's gonna get even hotter because we've got some amazing set of underdog teams who've got fire in their belly. Of course, my name is Salty, and I'm gonna be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is gonna be Arka, and Arka, straight up, I've got to come to you and ask you this: how excited are you for the set of matches that we're gonna play today?
I'm super excited. I'm feeling like $1 million and I'm looking forward for some action.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty sure the action is going to be there because there are obviously a set of teams who are very close to qualification, possibly have set themselves up to glory. We've got K9 Squad, we've got Team Excellent 4. Of course, we're going to talk about them later on in the pre show. But for now, there also are a certain set of teams who are coming in with comeback in their minds. In the past 3 days, of course, Arka, we have seen that happen. We have seen
Yeah.
Marcos Gaming build some amazing comebacks, be very consistent throughout. I want to know if there are certain comebacks that you're expecting. Do you see any teams, or rather, just give me one team that you are really looking forward to for today?
Original Mizorams because
Mm-hmm.
Reverse X, I want him to pull off another 1v4.
Well. 1v4s. Of course, I hope there will be some clutch moments. We've seen some clutch moments happen in the past week as well. And in fact, I think these are the moments where, players will rise up and start making waves. Of course, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen, also to remind you, some amazing action is happening in the in game qualifiers as well. And if you have registered, do make sure that you finish all your matches by tonight. 11:59 is the deadline, of course. But as of now, we're going to talk about that one player who has stood above the rest. It's going to be Mr. Spray from Team Psych, and we've got the player spotlight on him right about now. Let's have a look at his stats: 11 finishes, 41% finish contribution, and one chicken dinner. Arka, Mr. Spray, I think this man has sort of been the flag bearer for Team Psych and might be the first time where Team Psych they start their dominating run.
Completely agreed because he's been one of those players who was loaned in recently. But yes, Ace Black knows this player from a long time. They played together, and that's the reason why Ace Black went for the single player.
Coordination matters a lot. I think the
Yeah.
IGLs have started this culture of hand-picking teams. It's not just performance that gets you in, because we've seen that in the past. When a player is performing, he might get added to a new lineup, but due to the switch up of roles, his performance does not get to see its ultimate potential. But teams like these were the moments, of course, for Mr. Spray. Be it the DBS, be it the Scarl, this man has been wrecking havoc in the lobbies, of course. And no matter what happens, who comes in front of him is always made sure that he stands above every single one. And that's why he's going to be on our player spotlight for the day. But one thing is for certain, Team Psych, they're going to be playing the second set of matches today. We
Yeah.
will have to wait out. But if you look at the journey, right, for Team Psych, it has been brilliant. Last season, they came in, and of course, they could not really perform according to our expectations. But now I think they've got the experience that they can actually make use of.
Completely agreed. And also, there's another squad which I want to, bring into the limelight right now. That has to be the K9 squad because they're a newly formed up team. But look at that. An overall 40 pointer shows that they're here to dominate, right? We have
Yeah.
seen that Believe is being that core. Player of this squad. He's been building a lot of players around him, and
Mhm.
everything seems to be working fine. And they're more concentrating on those finish points. But I really like that balance between the two.
Absolutely, this great balance, Arka. I absolutely love this team. I adore them because if you think about it, this is their first official tournament and they're performing so brilliantly. The experience, the young blood, it's been a balance of both the parties. And now K9 Squad, they look like a very cohesive unit. They've got great performances. They've got one chicken dinner to their name. Miramar has been one of the maps where they capitalize a lot, but I will be
Yeah.
willing to find out if they can keep up the consistency because that is the only question mark. Like I said, this is their first official tournament, and I want to see them, have that longevity. They can, perform throughout. Not just through the first phase of grind, but also till the end where BGIS ends and possibly make it to the land finals. I'll really be hoping if this team makes it to the land finals.
I mean, I can place my bets already that they have that potential. They will be able to make it until the land finals, but all they have to do is stick together, because in the map of Miramar, they were a pack of wolves rushing in against every
Mhm.
single team. Whereas the other maps, they were having a little bit of a spread, which backfired. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them, stick together and look forward for some chicken dinners as well.
Absolutely believe one of their standout players. Hopefully, he'll have a lion's share of this prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, that is in front of us. The total prize pool of 2 crore rupees is massive. But look at that big chunk right at the very top. At #1, you've got 60 lakh rupees. So whoever wins this tournament, they're going to be extremely happy, not just for the bragging rights which come by default, but also a lot of money in the bank, Arka. The second position, of course, will get 30 lakhs, third position 20 lakhs, and you've got some amazing individual awards: the MVP, most finishes, lone survivor, and the rampage. We'll be very excited to see which are going to be the players who kind of make their waves for us. But for now, of course, we're going to start off with the daily formalities, the format up front. The grind, of course, 256 teams were invited into this competition just because of their past performances, because they've been really good in the past in official tournaments, and they have the opportunity to play 6 matches spread across 2 weeks. We divided them into 16 groups, but the point is, every single team will be calibrated on an overall scoreboard, the cumulative scoreboard. Regrouping is going to happen once 3 sets of matches are over. And then once again, after the groups shuffle, I think all the teams, they can be vying for competition. And so far, Arka, I think the groups reshuffle has been very, very crazy. It's given us some amazing results.
Oh, yes. And what are they aiming for? To remain in the top 64, so that,
Yep.
they have that cemented position when it comes to the main BGIS. And we have told this before, the top 16 teams will go directly into round 4. The next set of 16 teams will go into round 3. And then comes the bottom 16 teams who will go to the round 2. The bottom 16 in the sense in the top 64. Then after the 64th position to below, all of them will have to, start things off from round 1 itself.
Absolutely. Of course, from the 33rd to the 64th position, teams are going to qualify to round 2, but I don't think that they really want that to happen. Everyone is aiming for that top 16. And how do you do that? By getting yourself the points. And ladies and gentlemen, this, of course, I've been talking about it every single day, the new points distribution. We know, as a matter of fact, the days where you used to get 20 points, 15 points for a chicken dinner, that's in the past. Now you only get 10 points, and the more concentration or the more focus is going to be for those finish points. 1 point for each finish. And I think that is where majority of the teams have started to struggle a little bit. But as of now, we are going to find out who are going to struggle today, ladies and gentlemen. The teams who are going to be playing the set of matches in this Super Sunday. Of course, the first group, Group 7, we've got some amazing names, some experienced ones in the form of MIDWAVE Esports, in the form of Team AARU. We've got new teams who've also made their mark in the form of K9 Squad. But I'm also looking out for the undergods, Arca. Team Excellent 4 have been phenomenal. And who can forget Team THW Esports?
Yes, a lineup which has comes in from a different lineup altogether. But again, I'm looking forward for some new names to pop up, because Hub Esports, Faith, and MI7 Legends were the few teams which showed us signs of brilliance in the previous week. But this week, it's going to be a different story. Then we have the next group coming up, group number 8. Again, some big names, but the undergods like ESCN have done a greater job.
Absolutely, ESCN, they've done fantastically. You've got Hyper Legends. Team PSYCHE, of course, will be one of the top contenders in this one. But we do have some experienced names, Arca. You've got CS Esports, the likes who actually were #1 after the end of Grind 2023. So I'm going to be looking out for this team. They definitely have not gotten themselves the best of starts. So now performance is required. It's do or die moment for them. Of course, we do have the defending champions, Gladiator Esports, but they came in with a new lineup. It's going to be absolutely crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we've had a set of teams, we've got the set of players, and we are definitely ready. But let's just move on and find out what is going to be the schedule for the day. I think you guys know it already. If you have been following our streams, we do play the maps of Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok on 2 occasions. Group 7, they're going to play their first 3 matches. Group 8, then they're going to come in on the same set of matches. Usually, Arca, we've seen that Erangel and Miramar, they've been a little passive, but Sanhok always comes with a twist.
I mean, I hope so that today is going to be a different story, because yesterday we saw several teams who built that momentum in the first game, were able to carry forward in the map of Miramar as well as in the map of Sanok.
Yeah.
Several other teams, they did try to dominate and end the day on a good note, but that pressure which was over their shoulder, they did crumble down. But I'm looking for a big number game, especially in the map of Sanok, because yesterday Team Forever, they showed us that boot camp can be conquered with more than 10 finishes.
Oh my God, Team Forever and their domination on the side of Bootcamp was brilliant. And I think I will be waiting for this team to actually come back in the later rounds. We'll have to wait a lot. BGIS round 4 is where almost they have solidified their position. But as of now, talking about the teams who are going to be playing today, I think we mentioned about a team THW will be one of my favorites to look out for.
Yeah.
This is, they have players who used to play from the XTWM lineup, and you know they were always so talented. But speaking about being talented, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are also very talented and you are playing your matches of the in-game qualifiers very diligently. All you've got to do, if you haven't started already, gather your 4 main players that are registered on craftonindiaesports.com. Get them to play 15 classic ranked games together, and your best 10 will be calibrated to accumulate a score, to accumulate the average that's going to make you possibly qualify for BGI as the main stage. It's not going to be easy, but I hope you do the job well.
And also they have that 4 different maps, right? Erangel, Miramar,
Yep.
Sanok and Bikindi, so they can choose wisely according to what kind of performance they want. Do they want to go aggressive? Do they want to go defensive? A lot of options, if you ask me. But all we have to say for you guys, all the best, and hope to see you guys in the round 1 of BGIS.
You know, we do hope that there are some new stars who actually come in and make waves. And personally, I'm very happy to cast those new names who are starting to make waves. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we do have a very nice thing to offer you from all of us here at Crafton India Esports. We do have this new companion line, which is readily available inside of the game. Small promo for all of you guys right about now. We always need that right companion whenever we are stepping into the game or on the casting desk. For me, that man is Arka, who is sitting right next to me. But for you, it can be an actual line if you do manage to find the companion line inside of the game. I hope you do so, because that might just make your gaming experience better inside of Battlegrounds Mobile India. But as of now, Arka, coming back to the day's topic, of course, we do have the set of teams that are going to play today. We were talking about group number 7. Why not let's take a look at all the teams who are going to be participating in the first set of 3 matches that we are going to observe. Let's just go on and look at the matchup for tonight. Of course, you've got some amazing names, Arka. MIDWAVE, K9 team, we talked about them. But what are your thoughts? Which team are you specifically looking out for?
I'm looking out for LG officials. They've got a decent run, 7 possession
Yep.
points, 11 finish points, a total of 18. And there were several places where they made some small mistakes, which I feel that now they can rectify and look forward for some big chicken dinners. Following them, obviously, it's going to be secret agents. The name seems to be a little secretive, but I'm also waiting for their secret gameplay of trying to come and position themselves in the final circles and then probably get that big chicken dinner.
I have been looking at the name as well. The logo and the name actually gives you the detective vibe, and you think that these guys might be very sneaky or maybe very cheeky when it comes to their gameplay. But like you said, I think they haven't really been able to showcase that talent so far. Just 8 points on the scorecard and definitely not close in terms of contention. But we have seen overall in the past, Arca, that teams who could not really perform in the first week but came on with a stronger banger performance in week 2, they've been able to qualify. So I'll be hoping that secret agents, they do make their performance, they do make their name felt. But as of now, one underdog team that I have been really liking has been Team Excellent 4. They've got a chicken dinner for themselves, 24 points, and as well as 14 finishes. It's not bad to scoff at. Only one game is where they performed really well, but I'm hoping that that momentum will be carried forward today.
I mean, there's another team, which you can get into the same kind of gameplay or the same game sense which they've carried so far. That has to be Faith Esports. They
Hmm.
did play under the banner of True Rippers for a brief period of time because of the firepower they carry. But I'm looking forward for them to make a stronger comeback in their, in Faith Esports, because I've seen them go in and commit for those fights, but it's just that they were not able to convert those knocks into finishes, which in the latter stages, backstab them a lot. But hopefully this time around, they'll play for those positions like always and go in for some battles and pick up early knocks or early finishes, which might help them in the latter stages of the game.
I 100% agree with you over there because I think for Faith Esports with only 14 points right now, they need that initial confidence. And the
Yeah.
only way to do that is to try and go for those early finishes. And we've seen that happen, Arca. I think specifically on the map of Sanok, we've always seen drop collisions happen. But when it actually comes to the maps of Erangel and Miramar, teams do tend to start out a little slow. But contrary to them, I'm expecting one team to make a difference, and that is going to be the K9 squad. They don't know how to stop. And when they spot a team up front, I'm pretty sure those players, Pro and Zap, they're definitely going to try and zap the opposition out of the game. What are your thoughts on these two guys?
I mean, I do agree on that point, but somewhere I feel when it comes to finishes, the limelight is completely taken away from them by the side of THW Sports. 28 points and finishes in comparison to just 6 possession points shows that they are hungry for some more finishes, and we might be looking forward for some big games from their side as well. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, you can see the flight path on our screens as the big bird has hit the sky in the map of Erangel. It's starting all the way from Severny, and it seems like it's tilted a little to the western side of the map, ending somewhere towards that, western side of Ferry Pier. But oh,
Yeah.
yes, there it is. It's going to end up at the Primorsk region, and hopefully, we'll be able to see some early skirmishes because that is what brings entertainment in the default map of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see some early action, but as of now, majority of the teams are going to be nice little birds in the skies, just trying to glide to their drop locations. And just like I said, I think the maps of Erangel and Miramar have sort of been a little default. Teams try to kind of gain that momentum that they have lost due to this big break. But this is where the time of the test, this is where the test is going to be, right? You have to kind of stand the test of time. You have to stand the big break, and whenever you get the chance to perform, you have to show that it's not just momentum that you're carrying, but you're also carrying unbelievable skill. Speaking of skill right now, where are the teams heading? You've got Team RS just dropping down at Severny. You've got Youngblood as well, who Youngblood's Hunter specifically is quite away from his team. So I'm not really understanding what is going to be the approach, Arka. Do you have any clue?
I guess, he thought I'll go to the shooting range region, try to get information about the team which goes to Severny, so that in case they're going for an early rotation, I can tell you guys that, there's a team out here which is rushing in towards you. But before we break down further, we are able to see that
Oh.
MIDWAVE and DCENT are going to have a duel. And this point of time, I believe MIDWAVE Esports are looking a bit more stronger, with Prince trying to go in for that first assault.
Prince does have the weaponry as well. And I think this is where Midwave can actually strike. They will have to time it to perfection, though. But ladies and gentlemen, who do you think is going to win? just let us know, of course. But as of now, Team DCENT as well, kind of like the way they've positioned themselves. Ronnie and Genji very up close and personal, while the rest of the players, they do have an exit opportunity in case if things go wrong, Arka. They can definitely make their way out of this fight.
It's going to be a very interesting affair if you ask me, because DCENT, they didn't have such a great week the previous time they played. And hopefully
Yep.
this time around, they'll just have that controlled aggression. Try to play it a little bit safer. As you can see, two players are going for the farming, whereas the other two are just going to keep an eye on the enemies. And probably this time, they might be the first team to strike.
Possibly. The opportunity was there, the opening was there, MIDWAVE just lurking outside in those open areas, and that is exactly where the risk lies. And I'm excited to find out when exactly there's going to be early contact. The Cold War definitely is brewing, but as of now, Team MIDWAVE, they're not really making moves. They don't seem to be concerned about DCENT's presence. They do have a nice weaponry already acquired. They have those Uzis, they have those AKMs. Rowdy has a Scaril and a DBS already on him, so he definitely is prepared. But will Team DCENT try and make the first move? That is going to be the question. Rahul in a very open spot. Rowdy can actually spot him if he does peek out. And he's doing so. He's crawling.
Interestingly, both these teams do not have position points, and that's the reason why they're not risking to go in and register that first knock or even go for a trade. They need all the four men standing in the latter stages of this game. But it all comes down to one thing: does DCENT let go of that two players who are right in the center of the map?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they
But
have
look
an
at the
opportunity over there. And before we speak about it, I can see a knock against the side of DCENT, and this time around Ronnie will have to take that longer route to help his teammate come on his feet, or else probably he'll be following him to be the next man down on his knees.
I told you, right? One player out in the open, Rahul could have been easily spotted, and he kind of underestimated Rowdy's position. The nade was perfect, and as soon as he spotted him, it landed right next, and the splash damage, of course, enough to find the early knock. And this is when movements start to happen, ladies and gentlemen. All the 8 players who are still standing, they're all mobile, trying to make a move. Ronnie does have the 3x scope on that Scaril, did spot out Rowdy, but no shots taken as of yet. Nice little connection on that
one.
On Rowdy with the suppressor, with the 3x, and Team DCENT now they are starting to make a comeback. Arca, how beautiful of a shot was that?
I mean, he waited for it, right? Patience is the key when it comes to the map of Erangel, but also this terrain of Pochinki, because the opponent was like, you know what, don't rush in towards me, give me some time, it's just my first knock, I can make my way towards you. And then eventually when the time was right, every single thing is going right. And I do believe that, from here on, they can register another knock as well, because Ronnie seems like his crosshairs is working perfectly when it comes to those mid-range battle.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the way he connected that it was mid-air, right? And he still managed to connect all the shots, traced him to perfection. He perfectly timed that shot, waited for that man to jump by, and as soon as he was dropping down, the trace was so precise, the knock was confirmed. Did not expect that, especially with the Scaril and the 3x, but this man, Ronnie, has to be given a lot of credit. Team MIDWAVE, they're slowly crumbling down, and now they need to find a way to come back. They need to hit back somehow, Arca.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them if you ask me. Man disadvantage. Trying to play for position points. It's just going to hinder their performance a bit more if they continue that fight. They'll have to find a route out of Pochinki. Probably look forward for some other place to continue their farming. Regroup themselves, bring that confidence back, and then probably look forward for some more fights.
But at least Team MIDWAVE, they still have those 3 players up and running. A second knock was almost confirmed, but I felt that the resurrection was really important for them. And like you said, I think they will have to find that exit from Pochinki. There is no way they're fighting DCENT, especially when they're so spread out, they're so strong, and now their confidence has had a big boost as well. And there you go, Polaring did find Rahul with that M249. Fight is still happening at Pochinki, ladies and gentlemen, but we do have a very interesting team on our screens right now. Team Excellent 4. 1 chicken dinner on them, 9 finish points, but 24 total points. I definitely think they have an opportunity for a comeback. But coming back to this fight, Arka, it seems like Team DCENT has been pushed back.
Oh, it's more about this single man who's being chased at. Look at that MIDWAVE Esports yet again. They understand it's all about us sticking together. 80 does the damage against Polarizing. And I don't think so it's going to be easy for Prince as well as Dengi. It's going to be... I believe that, it's the shotgun which made the difference for him.
Yeah. MIDWAVE just being a little too overconfident in that one. Had the approach to take the fight. And take the fight to DCENT. Be in their faces. But the approach was not right. Genji as well as his partner. Genji and 80 in beautiful position, just holding back, waiting for the push to come in. And as soon as those players popped out, they had that natural ridge as the advantage, and the shots connected beautifully. And now they're going to start climbing on top of Thor. Will the God of Thunder be able to stop DCENT, Arka? I don't really think so. It's possible.
He's given an opportunity. He's boosted himself. He's got that UMP as well as an M4. He's waiting for them to come in. But yes, the placement was perfect. Gets that first knock. He'll have to watch out for the shotguns rather. No throwables whatsoever. And the next one. This time it's going to be the shotgun and it's not going to miss. As Genji is going to get that knock and finish as well. Oh, it's the final one as well. And he's done a decent job if you ask me. Because he took down one of the players in close range, and the next time, he was all prepared for another one.
He certainly was prepared. Now on top of Everest, we are Team Hub versus Team Rising Star officials. Shots being fired from Light. Jadoo, no connection on him. No damage being dealt, but I like this. Teams are already starting to approach the Everest and get the mountaintop. The circle, of course, has drifted towards the western side of the map, and I love these circles where the Gatka comes down as its central focal point. It might drift towards the western shoreline, it might drift towards ruins, it might drift towards the south. Who knows? We are here to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as the first shift is about to come. A central shift, of course, which is going to force the teams inwards. But out of them all, I think Team Hub, they do have a good position, haven't they, Arka?
Oh, yes. Try to hold that high grounds, have that bird's eye view around, to make sure that you have information of all the teams around you. But again, they need to be careful. Because if the next circle goes towards the southern side, towards the quarry region, then they'll have to take that longer route. And someone else would have made those hard compounds their home. Now, K9 as well. The priority is right now to make it to the center of the circle. They pick up the vehicles. But do they have enough information that there's a huge stack, huge set of teams right to the epicenter of the map around the Gatka region?
And the best part is, around the Gatka region, you don't really have so many compounds, apart from the main cluster itself. And that cluster has already been occupied by the players of Team THW. You mentioned about K9 just trying to hold the edges. And I knew this would happen. Believe one of my best friends, he's always said that he loves that pancake area. But now look at this. Team Excellent 4 have caught out Rahul, and Team DCENT. Have they been completely eliminated? It seems like they have been completely eliminated, but we'll wait for the confirmation. No, it's just one player who's been knocked down.
I like this strategy, Hit and run. Make sure that you pick up a finish and then eventually go reach your destination. But never back off from a fight. They know very well that there are two teams at Pochinki and probably they would have had a duel. And one amongst them might be a little weaker. So why don't we go check out that church region? Or the squad house right next to the church region. And this kind of circles eventually end up around that Pochinki region as well. So probably that is what they're looking out for.
Interesting insight, Arka. This circle, in fact, has definitely ended up on the temple region sometimes or the other. But we'll have to wait for the hard shifts to actually find out how it happens. But look at Team Hub. Oh my god, through the blades of grass, Ona. He does not really care. Out in the open, this man prones down and sprays down Team SA. Two players being knocked down. I'm waiting for the final push. Chronix with his buggy trying to close up in. This is interesting. Utilization of the Molotov as well is extremely important. Flush out the players, stop the revivals, and go in for the carnage. Pradhan is still there, and now Cracks joins in the party. This is going to be warfare. Team Hub trying to scan the region as much as possible. Atlas has been pushed back. Pradhan still holding on to his compound. Ultron was revived, but look at Cracks' position.
No.
This is going to be interesting. And one Molotov from Light. There down goes Ultron.
Ultron had to be careful because the floor was already lava. Cracks,
Yeah.
look at the angle he's holding right now. All he can do is, use his guns rather than going for those throwables, but he understands it's all about him restricting the opponents from coming out in the open. There it is, the grenade connects perfectly. And this time around, it's going to be a cakewalk for the side of HUB with 2 players already down on their knees.
Possibly secret agents. We were talking about them, and slowly and steadily their secrecy has been revealed. Atlas definitely trying his best to bring things back in his favor, but his teammates could not really help him in this case. Jotty's gonna bleed out, and that just leaves Atlas all by himself amidst an army of Team Hub. They have been looking very destructive as of yet. Chronix in the close proximities. Atlas just holding down to that position as much as possible, but I don't really think that's going to be the case. For Team Secret Agents, I believe that they needed some sort of utility while the revivals were going in. They needed something to push back Team Hub, and since that was not done, Team Hub found an easy entry into this fight. But look at that, that nade was connecting beautifully.
I guess he's going to get the knock from this grenade. But how is he going to convert that into a finish is going to be the bigger question. Because it's all about him gaining as many finishes as possible. But from the distance, it's going to be someone else who's going to put an end for the squad. And that's going to be in the name of THW. Ninzi. We have seen this man. His mid-range crosshair placement is perfect. And also his recoil control is so good that he doesn't miss much.
Absolutely. And because of those characteristics, this man was a star in the BGIS LAN finals. Of course, then he was playing for his ex-team, Team TWM, that made waves. Everyone were talking about them. And of now, it seems like the journey will continue from the side of Team THW, and he does have a start already. On the other side, Team Excellent 4. When are we going to witness the start of their rise? They've risen already on one occasion, one chicken dinner for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and find this action unfold in front of us once again. Team MIDWAVE versus DCENT. And that spray was so beautiful, Arka.
And he had another grenade. He could have just tossed in another one immediately to make sure that, he gets the confirmation. But that one small mistake paid very heftily as MIDWAVE complete squad got cleared out. Excellent 4. I like their position. But yes, this circle shift, it's going to be the most crucial one if you ask me. And there it is, ending to the southern side of Gutka and K9 squad. This is what I was speaking about. They always love to get to the center of the circle, especially the second one, and then move on to conquer one corner of the third circle. And then it's going to be a cakewalk for them from here on. Because it's all about you clearing your backlines and then concentrating to go forward to get as many finishes as possible.
They're retracting back, actually. K9 squad just looking to hold the periphery of that circle. But they're going to have some sort of a collision right now. Look at Team AARU's rotation. This is beautiful. Just hugging the blue zone, trying to form a very big arch. And then inject themselves from the southern side of the map. I think they do have that mental heat wave already that there is going to be nobody in the shorelines. And I'm pretty sure this is Aru's call. He had surprised me so much last season with his rotation, this season as well. But the storyline is very interesting, Arka, because Team Aru, all the players used to play from the lineup of MIDWAVE Gaming now. And now MIDWAVE have a new lineup. They are eliminated already. Team Aru have an opportunity to strike. And so is Prime. Striking on top of Excellent 4, taking down the first player. Now the fight starts. There is Team THW in the backlines as well, Arka. This is a sandwich situation and a half.
I still feel that, this southern side of Gatka can be home for several teams. But what's more important is to watch out for what kind of throwables they're going to carry for the latter stages of these circles. An open field, you'll need vehicles, you'll need those smokes. If you have to traverse around a little bit, get closer to your enemy. But again, It's not a cakewalk for sure. Jadu from RS already gone in. Gets that knock as well. But hey, look at that push with the DBS from Spartan. Can he get one or two? No. He's going to be on the receiving end of things after the trade completes. And RS Akshay, he's going to go in for that revival. He needs the revival rather.
He needs that revival. And as of now, I don't think Youngblood is stopping. Nades come flying in against Rex. The lone survivor in this fight. Team Rising Star officials, they certainly are rising right now. And Rex has a massive task on his shoulders. The nade, of course, is being cooked, but will it land perfectly? Not really. Just waiting on this man. He does have an opportunity of a lifetime right now. If he does convert this 1v4, he does have the utility as well. 1 nade, 3 smokes. He has the DBS on him. A level 2 vest, a level 2 helmet. Everything that you would need. A perfect recipe for a comeback, but Team Rising Star officials, they were relentless. And now all of a sudden they are retracted. Just because they were another team. Team RGB had approached this fight for a while, but they even fell back. And now we come back to a standstill.
The calm before the storm. RS, they had an opportunity. Instead of going for those throwables like grenades, they could have rather relied on Molotovs. So that, you know, once the Flores lover, Rex would have just lured out from that hiding. And then it would have been easy for them. But yes, it all depends on the farming. As now Team AARU. Faith from a distance. Look at that. It's been a trade even though it's a little bit of a mid-range battle. And both of them have recovered well.
Both of them had the time to actually go for their respective revivals, right? And now they're going to wait for this fight to begin once again. Happening on the southern front of Gatka. These two teams will be looking for hard covers as they prepare for the next circle. And as of now, I think Team Faith have that. They have that nice little compound to work with, but I can't really say the same for the other team, Team AARU. Meanwhile, on the other side, back to that fight, Team Rising Star officials, they've cleaned up Team Youngblood, and now we prepare for the 4th circle shift. This is interesting because it once again takes a central shift, takes us to that southern landmass of Gatka. And Team AARU Gaming as well as Faith, they're going to be exceptionally happy, Arka.
Hopefully, because, you know, now there's going to be many teams who will try to knock at their doorsteps. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem if you ask me. Because they need to, you know, divide their attention into 4 different directions. And all the players need to be on their tiptoes. But again, this was the very position yesterday we saw, right? And the way it was held was also perfect. RGB, they need to be careful. THW, not far away, and they don't miss much. And it's going to be hard for any team to breach from this corner.
This corner that you were saying, RGB is in position, but look at the minimap. Team Hub has also approached the party. Team Hub quite spread out in the open towards the Gatka fields. Every single player is taking their individual entry points. But now look at this, Jadu in trying to traverse in between teams. Team Rising Star officials have been brought down. One of their men knocked out and confirmed as well. The second one goes down by Atanki Gaming, Akshay. This man definitely did not have the best of games right now. And Team AARU, they are floating across the map. They are pushing in against everyone. But still, they're looking so confident. Ever so confident, Arka.
I don't think so. It's the best of the strategy. They need to make that, you know, a smaller ridge or probably a hill their home as quickly as possible because they're going to be shot at from different directions. You can't make more than one team an enemy and stay alive. And there it is. Atanki gets down on his knees. And that's going to make sure that the team is in a little bit of a pressure.
Talking about pressure as of now, I think the pressure is going to be on Team K9 squad because Team DCENT has actually pushed up on them. Trims is being shot at. Gen G, nice little lock on towards Believe OG, and now K9 squad, are they leaving their leader behind? That's a question. Dreams Pro Zap, it seems like they've fled from the situation, and Dreams, he does not have the call to actually make a fallback. Pro finally moving towards Believe to try and save him, but as of now, this is possibly not the right approach because divided attention. Once again, Team DCENT was always there. They were in position. And they're going to take advantage of it. Genji has 3 finishes to his name, 6 for Team DCENT overall, and this team, they definitely are causing some problems in the lobby, Arka.
The kind of confidence they got after the first fight got over at Pochinki, that's forcing them to take more fights. And eventually the momentum is built up perfectly. Ronnie now going to the corner of the circle, and he's taken that route which is less traveled. So obviously his teammate is going to make it to the corner as well. DCENT can end this game on a high note, but what they'll have to do is clear off one team which might backstab them.
And that will be Team USL. United Soul just approaching them from the backlines. Even Team AARU Gaming as well, just taking in shots because nobody lies at outlier, right? Rotating in from outside the circle, they can come in and backstab you at any point of time, and you want to clear them first and then progress forward. Dionysus relentless on that M416, taking sprays against everyone in visibility. But for Team United Soul, this is not the best of positions to take a pit stop. Completely out in the open, they have got MI7 waiting for them just across the circle. And the boundary has to be crossed. Is it going to be a slam-in or is it going to be a barrage of utility? We're going to find out, but as of now, one of the players from Team United Soul has been brought down. That's going to be a Helan. From the distance, it's Team DCENT constantly peppering them with bullets. And Arca, it seems like Team United Soul, they've made a massive mistake in stopping at this open region.
Oh, I somewhere feel that, if they know how to control this corner, they might be looking forward to finish in the top 3. It all depends on when they're going to make that move into the circle. Because MI7 Legends, they're not spread around with the complete compound, right? So they have one small route which they can take and make it to the other side of that hard compound and be in the center of the circle itself. But it all comes down to where the circle is going to shift next. But look at this, what's happening over here. RGB versus AARU. And it seems like one grenade from Dionysus has given the right kind of opening. And it's not going to be tough for them to dominate from here on.
Absolutely. It will be extremely difficult. A sandwich situation for them, stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Team RGB approaching from one side, Rising Star officials approaching from the other. And now it's damage control. Go in for the revivals, try and get your men back as soon as possible. The nade comes flying in, AARU Gaming. Is he going to survive? That's the question. Splash damage was there, but he barely managed to sneak out. Team LZ officials as well, just approaching as a third party. Team TA, they are taking damage from the blue zone, but they are okay with that because the carnage inside is unfathomable. Monarch has been taken down. Look at this fight brewing up. Team TA, they're almost in shambles fighting against RGB and Team LZ officials simultaneously. A nade did come flying in, a Molotov was there, and Guldat has been taken down. LZ officials, they certainly are marching on the northeastern territory of the circle, Arca.
And amongst all these things, there's one team which is staying silent, waiting for everybody to get wounded. And that is going to be Team AARU. Now they start things off. A perfect grenade to steal away those finishes. All the hard work coming in from the side of LGs. Now it's going to infuriate them in the later stages to understand that they've not got that finishes. But still, I like this approach coming in from the side of Team AARU. Now they're going to concentrate on clearing on the southern side of the circle. Because obviously that's the corner from where most of the teams will now try to make it inside the circle.
Exactly, the northern hard shift just creates that vacuum on the southern side. There are still 4 teams who are lingering in that region, but like you said, Team AARU Gaming, they always have to focus on this one. Dionysus, what a risky maneuver! The buggy runs over the first player. He definitely did go down, but from the back lines, I think he did find the connection. It was Prime who actually knocked him out. This is absolute crazy stuff. AARU Gaming, they are wrecking havoc. 7 finishes already, and now look at the rescue mission is there. They certainly are making their presence felt, but LZ officials, they've also been taking jabs at everyone at every opportunity. On the other part of the map, of course, Team USL United Soul, they're making it work in Dead Player. He goes berserk with the DBS and shuts everyone down, with the play zone will not make him celebrate. This is so heartbreaking.
Ruler, he's got a great opportunity if you ask me. He can make it into the circle if there's a vehicle lying around, but still things are not looking great for all the teams out there apart from the side of Team Aru. I can see only 3 men standing from the squad, and I wonder what has happened. But LG's, oh my god, their domination continues. All 4 men standing. The team closest to the circle right now, apart from that of Hub Esports, we're now making it closer to it. But yes, they have to watch out for Faith. They have to watch out for LGs as well, because 2 different directions, they might get taken down.
2 different directions. Look at that descent. Ronnie is the only person who has to worry for the 2 different directions. On one side, he's got Team Hub. On one side, he's got Team Aru Gaming. The nade. Almost massive, almost taking down descent from this game. But Ronnie manages to survive. He's clinging on like cockroaches, no matter what apocalypse comes on the ground. On the battlegrounds, of course, nothing is going to make him go extinct. But as of now, it's going to be very important for him to sneak inside the circle, get his teams those placement points. Because I'm pretty sure for the finish side of things, they're sorted.
It's going to be so important for Team Aru to now make it inside the circle, Salty. I just want to put this amongst all these, commotion.
And as of now, it seems like Team Aru Gaming, they definitely are not making that effort to push inside. You've got Team Hub making all that space for themselves, and all of a sudden, Owner comes in from the back lines. He's going to run over Ronnie, and that's it for Team Descent. They've also spotted Aru Gaming, and now they're going to be pinned into the corner. The space and time for Hub is actually coming back, and now they are doing so much work. Shots against LZ officials as well. Arca, it seems like Team Hub, they're going to dominate this final fight, are they?
It's not going to be an easy job if you ask me. LGs are doing everything perfect right now.
Oh!
Raftar gets injured amongst all these things. Braun, he doesn't miss much. He's going to get that confirmation immediately. But Prime on the other side, in his prime form, is trying to do his best to restrict these opponents from getting in closer. Now the tension shifts. Aru concentrating on Hub. Which amongst them are going to survive for the final battle?
We'll find out, only time shall tell. But look at Veyron Gaming. 2 Molotovs, one in front of him, one on the right hand side. He barely managed to sneak through, but Cracks finally takes him down. That man, he was in between a fire and the frying pan. But of course, his life did not last very long, and now the onus is on Dionysus to make this game count for Aru Gaming. They have 9 finishes for themselves, but LZ officials, kudos to this team, kudos to the players, Prime and Fearless. They have to do something fearless tonight. Hub, of course, with 4 players, they're looking like giants, standing atop everyone in this final fight. But they will have to pay respects. Can't really underestimate the fact that 2 teams are still alive. Shots being fired. Owner is going to run around with his buggy to get information. Fearless brought down to very low HP. In fact, knocked down as well. LZ officials, it seems like their story is not going to last very long. Hub, they're scripting it for themselves. Here you go, LZ officials have been eliminated. Dionysus Gaming as well will be finished off, and that is a massive chicken in a 4-team Hub. 13 points from the first week, but now they start off with a banger. Is this Arca the start of a comeback? We'll find out in the next 2 games, aren't we?
Oh, very much. They had a very good balance in the previous week as well. 7 finish points on the ratio of 6 position points. But this time around, as I said, with a circle like this, you need to have those vehicles in the final moments. And all of them carried those buggies. And when required, they used it as a cover. And luckily, they were able to restrict the opponents from not destroying those vehicles as well. So it became much more easier for them. But the last man trying to traverse around right to the center of the map, not only gaining information, but also grabbing all the attentions of the opponents. And, the execution was perfect from this team.
Execution was perfect, but I felt like 2 teams did really well. You've got to give credits to Team Aru Gaming and LZ Official as well, because of the way they got the circle. I was also kind of looking forward to how K9 squad make that entry inside the circle, the late entry that we were talking about. But it seems like as soon as the circle hard shift towards the north, their lifeline was also dwindling down, and they got involved in some fights.
I mean, if you see K9, they had made that hard choice of letting go of the IGL. But still, after that, Pro is like, you know what, I'm not going to let him go. And if you have that, doubt in your mind whether to go or not, that is going to eventually hurt you, right? And Descent, they were waiting from the beginning. The idea was very simple for them: pick up as many finishes as possible. Let it be one player, two player, knock finish.
Yep, absolutely. And for LZ officials, I think this is also going to be a huge game because they had 18 points from the first three games. Now they start bagging finishes. And this is why I said it during the pre show as well that week two for us has always been the comeback story. And now these teams are scripting. For all the ones who actually played brilliantly in the first week, for example, K9 squad, for example, excellent 4, it seems like the circle was never in their favor. And I really wanted Team AARU to sort of capitalize that advantage. But at one point, when they had multiple teams coming in from both sides, I think it was a Rising Star officials coming in from one side, LZ officials coming in from the other. They were sandwiched, and slowly and steadily, they just kept losing players.
I mean, I feel that, they knew how to control that dip. In that high ground, there's one small dip where you can hide from, but also gain information. And Aru knows it so perfectly. And they had enough gas cans also because they kept on moving around using that buggy every single time. But it's just that in the final circle, they did not have vehicles whatsoever. So, due to which they were kind of vulnerable for all the crosshairs around them. And it became so easy for the final two teams to pick them off one player at a time.
Absolutely. But coming back to Team Hub, of course, what a performance it has been, and what a performance, what a good start for them. A lot of finishes to go along with, but who was the player who actually got the most out of these 64 players? Of course, we're going to find that out in the MVP of the game. Let's just find out who the MVP of this match is going to be. I assume it's going to be someone from Team Hub. Yes, it is. Chronix from the side of Hub, 5 finishes, 9% map impact, and 41% finish contribution. He has been the man, the go-to man for Team Hub, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. And again, as I said, if you look at the finish contribution, that shows that, they again find a perfect balance between the position points and finish points, which is a very, very good thing, if you ask me. And, there are two other teams, right, who were playing exceptionally well, would have got so many finishes in their name. I'm not going to be shocked if I see LGs following them up. One or two players from LG and at least one player from Team Aru.
Yeah, but as of now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the top performers of the game. And you've got Chronix right at the very top. You've got Ronnie from Team DCENT. He was fantastic right from the very start from that fight in Pochinki, but ever since he's got 4 finishes, 44% finish contribution. You've got Light from Team Hub, 4 finishes on him as well, and Dionysus Gaming, 4 finishes. Lakshu with 3 from Team RGB. I think this team also has a potential chance of making it through, but they need a lot more so far. The start was great, it sets a nice platform, but they need to kind of make themselves survive till the final circles and get all the finishes across the board if they do want to make waves in the second week of BGIS the grind, don't they, Arka?
Oh, yes, very much. But again, it seems like finishes have been equally divided with several other teams out there, right? There's no
Yep.
double digit coming into the most number of finishes. So obviously, until the fourth or the fifth, position, we're going to have at least 6 finishes shared. But all of that is going to be coming on our screens anytime, ladies and gentlemen. The point standings for the first map of the day. And Hub Esports, 12 finishes in total. I'm a little bit shocked right now. But you know what? They've done a great job with 22 points in total.
And I love the way they kind of aggressed throughout the game, right? It's not like they wanted to sneak inside the final circle. They wanted to keep themselves passive. They were always pushing against everyone who came onto their path. In fact, the fight where they pushed up into the compound and completely wiped off, if I'm not mistaken, Youngblood, I might be mistaken on that fight, but Team Hub Esports, they showed their intent right from the beginning and they carried on. 12 finishes, wonderful job, 22 points. Team Aru on 15, great job. DCENT on 13, LZ on 12, and then of course it keeps dwindling down. K9 on 3, I'm not really sure if that's the best performance, but it's definitely a start. They'll have to build up on it. But moving on to the second page, you've got Rising Star officials on 3 points, MI7 Legends on 2, excellent 4. This was not expected from them, Arka. Just 1 point, and even THW Esports on 1 point. What went wrong with them? And even MIDWAVE Esports sitting at 0.
MIDWAVE Esports, obviously, right? In the map of Pochinki, we saw that they went in for that early skirmish, got cleared off. Secret agents on the other side as well, even they got pushed at. A solo player was out there, and I really thought that, he'll be playing in for that position point, trying to survive for the longest time possible. Even he got caught off guard. But THW, this is the disappointment for me with 34 total points when it comes to the first week. I really thought that they might get an average of 5 to 6 at least, or probably one or two finishes, addition to what they have right now. But hey, they still have two more maps. They can make a comeback.
Speaking of comebacks, it seems like there is that storyline of Aru versus Midwave Gaming building up. Midwave not really getting the first start, but Team Aru just smacking things out in the open, getting themselves a second position. But ladies and gentlemen, all the excitement that we are feeling right now, you can do the same as well, because the in-game qualifiers for BGIS 2024 has begun. In fact, it's about to end at 11:59 p.m. tonight. What are you doing? Gather your four main players. No substitutes are important. You have to gather your four main players, become a team, and play those 15 classic ranked matches on any map that you love inside of the game. Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, and Vikendi is available for you. Your top 10 are going to be calibrated, and hopefully, if you do well enough, you might actually qualify for the main event. And we're going to be sitting and casting your matches. I'm going to be really excited now, Arca. The first match is done and dusted. We're going to move on to the map of Myanmar. There are certain comebacks which we are expecting. Midwave Esports, THW as well. Really want the map of Myanmar. As of now, you also want good insight while you're playing your in-game qualifiers. Why not get yourself the Ignis X suit? It's really nice. A soldier with a long hair, having that sword, having that nice little suit, having a little companion, not a little companion, a lion as a companion by your side. That's what you want to feel. You want to feel that aggression inside you while you're playing the game. So why not get yourself the Ignis X suit and company alongside? Just have the companion lion as well. But Arca, I want to know your thoughts. The map of Miramar is coming. How excited are you, and which team possibly are you rooting for?
Probably United Soul this time. I really want them to, perform much, much better. But at the same time, Team Excellent 4, since they were also trying to hold off some good positions, I'll be looking forward for these underdog teams to perform much better. But ladies and gentlemen, the tradition. Now I'm just gonna love Salty after such an energetic game and bring in Necros with a little bit of an analysis from his side as well. Necros, how did you feel the map of Erangel was for you? I mean, were your expectation met, or did you feel a little surprised to see that new teams were able to pick up that chicken dinner?
You know what? After these 3 days, Arka, I am not surprised by seeing any new teams coming up and taking the chicken dinners. But I was a little surprised that, I mean, Aru, they were in top three, right? I really thought that they would be taking that chicken dinner for themselves. But Midwave not performing towards like my expectations, not meeting my expectations, is something that kind of hurted me a little. But I really believe in the next maps that is going to come up, that is going to be Miramar and Sanhok. Midwave might be looking forward to make a good comeback for themselves.
Hopefully, as we were speaking about it, right, we saw the number of teams out there. The same set of teams will be playing in the map of Miramar, and I do believe that this time around we might expect somebody like Team LZ officials to grab that chicken dinner. Their approach to the circle was also pretty different. They came in, they slammed in and made sure that they had that fights at the two fronts, one the backlines and one on up front as well. But once they understood that nobody's backstabbing them, again a divided attention to the right side and the left side of that position. I mean, they played it to perfection. And if you have such kind of a synergy, I do believe in the map of Miramar, you'll be able to pull off some good chicken dinners.
For sure, Arka. I mean, in the map of Miramar, you need your comrades to stick by your side because in those rotations, when you play through the ridges, it's quite important. You play in a little split, and for
Yeah.
playing in splits, you need proper coordination, you need proper synergy to step up and find a lot more values. But you know what? All these questions will be answered in the map of Golden Sand itself, as the Erangel went very decent for Team Decent itself, and they will be looking forward to go up front and also make the other two maps in their favor. Might be going for a chickener as well.
Hopefully, because there are several other teams who will be fighting for that chicken dinner. One amongst them have to be Faith. They had such a good position inside the circle, but still failed to capitalize when it comes to those finishes. Even the possession points was not that great, so probably that would have enraged them to go forward to get those finishes as well in the map of Miramar. The mid-range battles are going to be so crucial. The lineup does have some decent players who can do it, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the golden sands of Miramar, as my friends call it. And the flight paths looks pretty interesting right from the center of the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, completely dissecting the map in two different halves, almost going through the center and over the areas, over the heart of Miramar that I call Picado for sure. But yeah, definitely a lot of teams will be getting many advantages for themselves. At least I would say the teams taking the drop locations in the El Pozo, La Drillera, Monte Nuevo, even teams going towards the areas of Minas Generalas or maybe Truck Stop will not face a lot of difficulties. So I really anticipate some early clashes as well, Arka.
Early clashes. And look at that, RGB and MI7, both of them gliding pretty close to one another. La Cabrera. And hopefully we'll be able to see both of them survive until the final circles. My want for entertainment is starting to kind of deplete, because I'm really wanting to see these undergods shine a bit more on the final circles.
Yeah, me too. I'm completely agreeing with that fact. And that being said, Arka, I mean, we just spotted MI7 and RGB going towards the aid of La Cabrera, but it seems like RGB, they're interesting in taking them out as quickly as possible. MI7, they took a little bit, they traveled a little bit more distance, want to take those vehicles and move out from this place as quickly as possible. That might be their initiative for now, because they don't want to end. I don't think they are quite
Oh.
interested in those early skirmishes, but this is bad for Hubby Sports. But still, he gets one, but won't be able to finish it, it seems.
And I do believe that it's not going to be tough for him to get the next one as well. But guess
Oh,
what?
no
Oh my
way!
god, it's that melee which came into action. He gets so close to him that Varu, all he had to do was slice off his head and chops it down, gets that knock and the finish. And now he's going to be the gangster for some time, as he's got that Thompson in his hand.
Oh my god, what did we just witness right now? A machete coming into the question, instantly slicing the head off. I really thought that he might have got a shotgun or something. I didn't spot it. He just had one melee weapon, but still found that value. But it seems like a lot of teams are in some big troubles as Fate Esports advances, and they are here to take down one of the players of Youngblood. Instant knock and instant finishes. Rex will be waiting in the lobby.
And this was the anger I was speaking about, Faith. Because they couldn't convert the previous game, and now they'll be looking forward to pick off anybody who's going to be a single player visible out there. But yes, the circle, oh my goodness. This kind of a shift. This is what I was expecting at least once, an Al-Azhar circle or a Torre Hamoda circle.
You often don't see it, isn't it? So, Arka, this kind of circles are something that brings up more entertainment. But for Decent, it's not going to be that easy. I mean, they are in front of Youngblood's players, the remaining three players. But Rahul, he has to be very careful right now, because when you just look onto his position, it's completely exposed. Even he doesn't have any vehicle to maybe make a fallback or kind of retreat from this position, which is very important. But Rahul, he gets spotted down by Spot, and he never expected him to come up from that area. And that's the first one going down for Decent. Once again, an early exit.
I don't know how come Youngblood all of a sudden have woken up for something like this. I know that Rocks got ruthlessly taken down, but it seems like, they're not backing off from a fight, even though it's just 3 men standing. Hey, talk about skins. I just love both of them.
But
Oh,
now,
some more shots. Some more
it's
shots.
United Soul who's coming into the question. I don't think Youngblood, they might have any breather for themselves, having lost one of their comrades in an early phase of the game. Now, once they have got one finish, still they don't have any sigh of relief because United Soul, they're just not allowing them to get a breather. But luckily, the players of Youngblood will make a fallback and they will still survive.
The northwestern side of the map. Look at that. Most of the teams are present over there, and all of them can take that longer route, right? Campo Militar, let it be Bronca, let it be Al Azhar. These places can be their homes at this point of time. Otherwise, teams like Team Aru from the southern side, they can take that longer rotation and immediately, conquer the center of the map itself, not allowing anybody to pass them. But hey, LGs, seems like they're stuck up in one building and it's becoming a little hard for them to spread around.
This team had a great performance, Arka, in the previous match. Her angle was really amazing, but oh my god. It's Miramar. You do expect those sniper shots to come in, but not like a Win 94. Prime has been knocked out, but he will be getting the revival. I don't think there would be any problem, but oh, it seems the intentions are different. Team TA advancing towards LZ officials. The nades might just give some little bit of splash damage, but now as the push has come in, even Fearless have dropped down to a little bit low HP.
They need to be careful now. Monarch. Especially Monarch, if you ask me, because once he enters to those buildings, oh my god, perfect grenade. I really thought that from that corner a shotgun might be restricting them, but they know the corners, they know the angles from which they need to clear out the opponents. They need to be a little more patient, if you ask me, because one of the players of LGs isn't at distance and probably he might give away a little bit of information. You were speaking about Prime not getting finished off, but yes, the trade has happened and he has said goodbye from the lobby.
The same split is kind of observed by Team TA as well. I mean, you can see that one of the player is there in the opposite compound. They're still waiting for them so that if anybody tries to jump off the building or from the window, maybe just kind of reposition himself, that kind of situation can be denied. But Fearless, he's one of the most experienced players in the LZ team alongside Ronak. Looking forward to get some early frags for sure.
Early frags you speak about, but I'm still worried about the push which is going to be coming in towards their Monarch. He's got the DBS, but he still dares to go challenge the opponents. And M249 on the other side, he loses patience, he comes out, does a little bit of a damage, strikes fear, immediately falls back, and Raftar now wants to cook up a grenade. Make sure that he connects this time, and if there is a knock, you know what's going to happen next.
Both the teams are actually looking forward for it, isn't it so? I mean, even LZ wants that first opening in this kind of fight. Both of the teams have lost one of their players. So it's been like an equal fight.
Agreed. I mean, but again, the presence of mind they have right now is also pretty clever on both these sides, right? Monarch knows that there's a player outside of the building. He's trying to be careful over there. And look at Fearless coming in from a different angle, does the damage. Now it's going to be a push coming in from the side of LZs. But will the opponents anticipate this? Monarch ready with that DBS, holding this corner. He knows he can expect somebody to come in from that, position. M249 is coming in closer with another shotgun. It's going to be the S12K, but immediately there's going to be a trade and a perfect one from the side of LZs. Raftar, he might have gone down, but he's just going to watch his teammate lift him up and clear off the rest of the opponents.
Just waiting for him, and I really believe that Missy Jord has to take a fallback. There's no other options. If he wants at least some couple of points for his team, it would be the best decision that he can take for now. He doesn't even have a lot of, I would say, good guns. He's just got a AKM and a Win 94. But Fearless and LZ officials, they look a little bit more interested in taking the fights, and probably his position is also revealed that where is this player and which floor is he hiding.
I'm more worried about his loadout, if you ask me. The AKM's got 30 bar 50, and the other one has got a Winchester. I don't think so both of this is good enough for a close range battle in comparison to what the opponents are holding. The best thing for this person to do right now is to obviously fall back, run away, find a spawn, find a vehicle, make sure that he gets inside the circle to continue his farming. But hey, can he pick up a finish?
That's the motto, it's going on his head, but LZ, they're quite determined, they're quite stubborn. Oh my god, look at the damage. I don't think they're quite aware, but yeah, they're still suspecting that one player might have fallen back. But Ronak instantly gets the information. All the players are getting a hefty damage from the blue zone, so they need to make a decision very quickly. And eventually, Raftar also joins the party. They needed the reinforcements. Fearless doesn't have any healings with himself. Neither does Ronak have it. So, LZ, they're struggling in terms of healings, it seems.
Oh, finally the push comes in. LZs will be registering a complete squad wipe against the side of Secret Agent. And now they'll have to quickly make it inside the circle. Because inside of the circle, we are able to see a huge stack of teams right to the epicenter. And if they have to make it over there, they'll have to cross over more than 4 teams. Look at that Minas region. AARU is going in, THW is going in, E4s are going in, MIDWAVE from the eastern side. And I don't think so. If you have a 3-man squad, you can breach any of those corners.
It would be tough, isn't it, Soarka? I mean, if even there is a single 1.1% of possibility to do it, it would be a big job that they have to accomplish. But for now, I really believe that Team RS, as we speak, Rising Stars, they will be having a very long rotation over the areas of La Cobreria. But Hub, again, they had got a chicken dinner in the previous match, so they are carrying forward that momentum in this particular map of Miramar as well. Haven't got a great start, for sure, but still they will look forward to at least survive till the end zone and get as many finishes as possible for themselves.
Hopefully. Team RS, look at this. He's telling his teammate, I told you, right? I told you to heal. You did not do it. Now you're going to suffer the wrath of me insulting you. I'm not going to lift you up until your HP goes down at least way beyond risk. And Varu is enjoying every bit of this.
Hey man, it's the grind going on. It's not classic match. I do this kind of stuff in front of my teammate, but it's a tournament. You can't just do that thing, right? You need to be a little serious. But yeah, keeping the enjoyment aside,
What?
Akshay. Wait, what? I don't know what just happened, Arka, but I really believe that Team RS, they might have got some different plans, and Rising Star, at least, they will be looking forward to carry the entire map of Miramar out with only 3 players.
Oh, yes. They're well prepared. Probably they felt like, even though I give you a revival, probably we don't have the first aids to, reach to the circle. So why not? I just enjoy dancing in front of you and then making it through. But again, ladies and gentlemen, look at that finish feed. Athanki. Seems like the truck shop region is where the next set of fights can take place. K9, E4, Team AARU, all of them in close proximity with one another, expecting that the circle might end up towards the truck shop region.
Yeah, I mean, it might be possible as well. But looking forward to Biku from Excellent 4. He has been taken down. I don't see any chance of his revival. And look at who is keeping it in a check. Oh my god, that was really good spray. Biku bleeds out, and that's one of the first finishes that Team AARU will be registering for themselves. But when you look down, they had a very tremendous performance, and I really expected, if AARU underperforms less than top 3, it's something that I believe that they've underperformed in this particular map, because they have got one of the most experienced players. You talk about AARU, you talk about Athanki, you talk about Dionysus. They have been a part of major tier 1 teams.
I mean, they're playing together for a long time as well, so we can expect that synergy to be present. But this is how USL was able to register 2 knocks and get those confirmations as quickly as possible. You know, they wiped out the opponents so easily. It's all because of the silly mistakes the opponents did.
Finding the values on the mistakes or capitalizing on the loopholes is every time benefits the team who is attacking. But oh, look at this. Fast was waiting. He was waiting for an eternity for this moment and instantly capitalizes and gives a big heart attack to Team Rising Star official. They already lost one of their players and now it's the second one down. It might be the third as well. A lot of shots being taken, but he survives. RGB, they're still fighting back, but Fast needs to be very, very careful.
Ooh! I really like that spray coming in from the side of Fast. He's already done the damage against the opponents. All they have to do is his teammates had to be a little more persistent in supporting him, and probably they could have registered the other 2 players of Rising Star officials who are trying to escape from this at this moment. And look at that. It's all happening right at the, corner of that water treatment. And by the looks of it, they might register 1 knock in case they continue to, chase them down and put them down.
These sidelines, Arka, you also see Faith Esports maybe popping up in this fight as well. They might be looking a little bit interested in getting some third-party finishes, but there should be a rotational clash between both of the teams, Youngblood and Faith Esports. This team has played a lot of major domestic tournaments. Now this is the time where you prove your worth, and that's how they started off. Spartan goes down, Youngblood faces another consequence, but now as 2 players remain just alive for their side, they need to focus on rotating as well as finding a good spot for themselves inside the circle.
A lot of teams need to make it in, but Faith, oh my goodness, I'm loving this. I'm loving that gameplay this team is putting forward. As I said, a hit and run scenario is always going to favor you, right? Alfie, a good assaulter comes in closer. He knows that he can do the damage, and eventually they register the 4 finishes, clearing off a squad YB. Youngblood, I was expecting them to survive a bit more better, but when you have 45 players in stage 3, it's going to be hard for you to not cross the crosshairs of one of those teams.
It even seems like Faith Esports, they don't want to stop in a single position. They're being shot out from a lot of directions. You talk about MIDWAVE Esports, they're in the compounds, but from a long distance, it's MI7 Legends who are taking the shots, trying to put at least one of the players down, and it seems like one of the players, he has been completely pinned down in that particular position. But Faith Esports, they have to get rid of at least one team. It's either MIDWAVE or it's either MI7 Legends, and for them, MIDWAVE should be a better option.
Hey, the eastern side of the map is completely empty, right? Sometimes few fights are gonna look unnecessary when you have a circle like this. And I just hope that, they gamble on moving forward to the eastern side of the map rather than taking those fights which might end them under the, grave.
This is interesting. Look at that, Arka. Constantly pushing shots and kind of engaging with double different other teams. MI7, they have been focusing on DCENT, they have been focusing on Faith Esports as well. And again, as you mentioned, the Eastern Corridor, AARU Sports will be cherishing it because there are literally not a single team holding onto that points. But having a quick recap of what happened on the early phase of the game. Light got 1 player down, but Varu, what he did here, I'm quite sure he will be, keeping that in his memories for a long time.
Agreed. And then Youngblood, right? It seemed like, they were also ready to take any kind of fights, but eventually Fearless, this 200 IQ play coming in from his side, did pave way for the final person to get taken down. Monarch, in case the DBS was not nerfed, then the story would have been a little bit different.
Agreed with you, Arka. I mean, it has affected sometimes when you know that if you can dodge the first bullet, you still have a chance to fight back the DBS. But before the updates, it was not. It was a different scenario. But as we talk about, This is not the ideal position, Rising Star. They're just heading towards one or the either teams and losing the players one by one. They've lost already to, now it's K9 who have the ridge advantage, and they will be looking forward to capitalize on those finishes. But the circle, it has taken some vivid turns. Getting the complete ridge of El Azhar. This is going to be very challenging because the teams those are holding, they will be benefiting, but not a benefiting position for DCENT for sure.
Oh,
Genji
no.
goes down. This is bad for DCENT as Ronnie. He's also barely surviving on 30 HP.
Now, Ronnie, is he going to go in for that revival? Yes, he is. Because his grenade has done the damage for the opponents on the other side. And RGB, they need to be careful with what they're going to do next. Because here is an opportunity for DCENT to actually run away.
Oh my God!
That is not going to be the case as Fast lands another one. And this time around, it's going to be Ronnie down on his knees. And Genji, he knows that he needs to clear off one corner before he goes in for the revival. Going to confirm that and immediately go in for the revival.
Gets the backup as well. Genji and Ronnie were seeking for somebody to step up front, and 80 is here for the rescue. But Akshu, I guess he's gonna face a lot of consequences. He has been dropped down to a very low HP. But when you look at this kind of position, 80's position, I guess it has been revealed. The players of RGB does have an intel about it, but Gurdat will be having a read of 80 for sure. And it seems like he's gonna be caught off guard.
I don't think so. 80 is doing the right thing if you ask me. He might have gone forward for some information, but least does he realize that he's going to be stacked upon. And there it is, RGB. A little bit of a backup does come in from a distance, but if you're coming one player at a time, then obviously it's going to be hard for you. Fast doesn't miss much, and there it is. He jiggles around, make sure he puts him down, but on the other side, it's going to be Genji who does the magic for his team, clears off the opponents, and goes in for the final revival. DCENT are playing above DCENT right now.
Oh, for sure. The way they have survived and eliminated RGB, I really thought they had that kind of chance to maybe counter-attack, or maybe RGB will be the one who will be ruling and wiping them out. But it seems like there are some different intentions. On the other end, far in the map, LG officials are facing some real big trouble, and it's THW in front of them.
I don't know what's going to happen next time. I've stopped expecting, if you ask me. Because every single time I look at the minimap and I see two teams come close to one another, it's the other side of the map where the action begins. ESPORTS, THW, Ninzi doesn't even bother whether he's going to get backstabbed or the blue is going to eat him up. Only he's bothered about doing the damage to Hub so that they can take the position which Hub is holding right now.
Oh, look at the kind of situation they are in. THW, they went for a rush, but instantly the HPs are being depleting one after another. That is the opening Hub we're looking forward to, but the retaliation is coming up. Kyo Lamau, one of the oldest player in this lineup, has been taken down. He needs an urgent attention. He needs the revival. Ninze, the IGL, stepping in front, trying to find some values against Team HUB. This is not an easy task, definitely not, but Rax seems to be a little bit troubling out there. Payo trying to still find some values out there, but Rax, pardon me, it's Cracks going down out there, but Payo still unable to make any certain connections.
The heat of the moment, he had to shoot a little bit towards the bonnet region of that car rather than, trying to trace it from behind, but I don't think so. Hub will be able to survive this onslaught. It's got K9. When you have a pack of dogs inside sitting like that and K9 doesn't miss much, they're just gonna eat them up alive. Then eventually get those 4 finishes, and they're going to be so happy that finishes just walked into their doorstep.
It was just a dish served in front of them, and they relished it throughout it. But once you just look in the circle, they're sitting in such a beautiful spot. They might be kind of surrounded with a lot of ridges and a lot of teams those who have that altitude advantage for themselves, but K9, there's hard compounds, it's going to help them a lot in the ending circles. But for now, it's Faith Esports against THW. They want to go up front and take this fight. Faith Esports still seeking for that first opening.
I really love the way Alfie, as an IGL, is taking that responsibility to step up first, do the initial damage. But they need to be careful because they're going to be shot at from two different directions and two strong teams. One is going to be obviously Team AARU, and the other one is going to be K9 as well as MIDWAVE. I just hope they're prepared for what's coming next to them. The best thing for them to do, obviously, is get away from this position.
Best call for them, for sure. And Fate Esports, they've decided. It's a very bad position to take or initiate this fight, but it seems like Team AARU that doesn't care about it. THW, one of the frags came in, but instantly the trade coming up from Lindsay will put some setbacks for sure. Multiple nades coming onto that direction. THW, they're looking forward for a fight back. But right now, when we just talk about it, a lot of utils being dumped. Still, THW haven't got that opening. Lindsay is there. Will be getting the revival for sure. But Sam just providing with as many cover fires as possible, but that doesn't last long. Veyron gets taken down, but Ninja is also down. Even Athanki goes down. This is bad for Team AARU, but THW, they will be the one to go down right here, right now, as Team AARU, they secure 8 finishes in their bag. But right now, Dionysus has to go for 2 big revivals.
This is how you cut through teams so that you make it to the center of the circle. Team AARU showing us how things can be done. They were not having any corner of the circle, but they did not shy away from taking any kind of fights. And they've been rewarded, right? 8 finishes. They're looking strong. They've again back on their feet, a 3v3 against the side of Team Faith, and then it's a cakewalk into the circle.
Looking towards the Allied status, United Soul, they are still standing strong. And now up against them, it's going to be MIDWAVE. They have holded this compound for a longer period of time, but as we just mentioned earlier, they have to leave it for now. We're talking about it, Team AARU. They're just not silent for a single moment, instantly engaging with Team Faith Esports.
Oh my goodness, they need to watch out for those grenades as well. Athanki and Dionysus, they understand that it's a little bit of a riskier place for them to take that fight. And Dionysus immediately changes his position, tries to find an off angle. Put up a smoke on the eastern side of his, position to make sure he doesn't get shot at. But again, it all comes down to whether he'll be able to register a knock or a fight against them. And what? Guess what? It's going to be MIDWAVE who's going to be coming in to take a little bit of action. Prince and his teammate is down on his knees. And all of a sudden, Faith is looking much more stronger. 7 finishes in their hand. And Maxi, he'll have to heal himself, revive his teammate, make it inside the circle. Will he be able to do it?
Not any chance, Arca. It doesn't seem like Maxi, he will be giving his finish to the play zone. And that's it. That's the end for Faith Esports. But finally, the finish being completed by United Soul. They have been patient for a longer period of time, but having this topographic advantage, they will be looking forward to secure as many finishes as possible. This is a beautiful spot for United Soul to hold on, but Team AARU, they were here, they were patiently waiting for them. Dionysus being taken down, all comes down to Athanki. He needs to clutch it out, but that's a very, very disadvantageous position, but he still is fighting back. He gets Prince down, but Ruler, as well as Dead Player, comes into the rescue as United Soul stands strong and having that advantage within themselves. They are the prime contenders for the chicken dinner.
Oh, make it K9 as well, a 4v4 battle. But Frenzy, he's going to be the catalyst for any team which is going to get that chicken dinner. He can do the damage from MI7. He knows that he's got the maximum possession points so far. And now he's going to concentrate on how many finishes he can take before going down. And for that, he can choose among 2 different teams. United Soul. I did say that, you can expect this team to get that chicken dinner when Salty asked me. And they've done a great job trying to hold that upper hand or the upper ground. But K9, now it's the time for them to come out of their den. Can these Lions go in and hunt the opponents to get more finishes? Both these teams have got 8 finishes each. And let's see which amongst them is going to take that chicken dinner.
Good decision by Believe to just go a little bit on the higher edge, but he gets spotted down. This is bad. They've been taking a lot of shots, but it's United Soul who finishes MI7 Legends from this match in the 3rd spot. It all comes down to K9 versus United Soul. The circle is not in the favor a lot for the side of K9 as well as not for USL as well. But the thing
Oh
it's
no!
coming into the question. This big artillery might just give some hefty amount of damage, and Zap explodes the vehicle. Prince goes down. This is bad. K9 is going all up close, and it's United Soul who wants to stand still. A lot of shots being taken, but now it's the only player surviving inside the smoke, still fighting back. United Soul, they want to go up close, but it's all K9 who takes it away. The winner chicken dinner falls into their hands.
I did say you, right? I did say you. This pack of dogs, I wouldn't call them wolves, obviously, right? Because K9 is that, group of dogs who will be looking forward to put you down as soon as given an opportunity. And look at how they executed that uphill battle. It's going to be one of those examples which is going to be relished by the undergods. When you know that you don't have the advantage, make sure you send somebody up front who's going to restrict those opponents from getting in closer. And then all four of you push after you do a little bit of a damage.
That's the kind of experience that they carry. I mean, all the four players, they had that one motto. There is only one team alive, and we know the position where they are. Let's drop some utils, let's drop some frag grenades and molotovs to just slow them down, or maybe just give them a little bit of splash damage, and let's advance and take the fight on a head-on way. And that was definitely the biggest move that K9 pulled off in the very final fight itself. And United Soul, I am quite sure they were not prepared that K9 will be coming onto their ridges and to take the fight and not just wait down the ridge. That was something they never expected, and that's what happened. But I have to say that United Soul, they did kind of fight back till the very last breath.
I mean, their concentration towards MI7 became a little bit of a problem for them. Obviously, the player was expecting an ADS, cover from his teammates. But since he was on the higher ridge, it became so easy for the opponents to put him down first and then build the pressure. All of these are small textbook basics, which, you tend to forget in that pressured situation. But yes, United Soul have done a decent job. 9 finishes in those fights. Probably they wanted to pick up another 1 or 2 before going out, but K9, they did not give an opportunity. All of them had a shotgun, and when they were rushing in to finish them off, that one picture, it speaks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this assembled team who has been formed for a longer period of time, it hasn't been almost like maybe not even 6 months that this roster was completely formed, I believe. And again, all the players stepping up in this way, the way they have kind of gelled up and built up this energy, it's really, really awesome to watch, Arka.
Yep. And you have to give credits to Believe, because the way he's been guiding those youngsters out there, he's been an OG for a really long time. He was waiting to shine out, and when given an opportunity, he's making sure that he gives all his insights as how to play the game as 4 men standing, especially trying to survive until the final circles. But all this happened in the map of Miramar, right? And I hope to see the point standing look a little bit different than that of Erangel, because there were several teams like team MIDWAVE who came in at the final moments. They did small mistakes, again got taken out. There were teams like team AARU who did so well in Erangel, and now they were also restricted in this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of restrictions were done on a lot of teams, not just one or two, but even for MIDWAVE, they were not able to function in this map as well. They hold that one compound for such a long time. But you know what? We'll quickly jump on the MVP, who is it going to be, and then continue the discussions further. But it's going to be Zap from K9 with 6 total finishes with a map impact of 10%. And you can see he has got 50% of the finish contribution. So the 50% job was entirely done by this one single player.
Zap. I remember this name. I think it's either from Spy or Night Owl, right? And he zapped his way in the map of Miramar. As I said, K9, their success is more of when they stick together. And look at that. Look at the list of MVP. Faith finally waking up. Maxi's got 4 finish for his name. Then you have USL coming in. And even they have done a decent job. United Soul. Prince gets 4 finishes. Arthanki Gaming, he was the last man standing for his team, 4 finishes. And LZ Fearless as well.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless has been a very great addition to this lineup of LZ officials. I mean, Fearless was a part of Team X-Park previously, and now coming in, kind of colliding with the team, kind of mixing up with the teammates and sharing his experience is definitely what he was seeking for. And I would say LZ, they have got the aggression, they have got the gameplay. I really want to see them backing up a chicken dinner for sure in the upcoming match of Sanok, but Atanki again stepping up big time for Team Aru. I'm really a little bit sad that they came very close, got so many good fights under their control, but still couldn't back up the chicken dinner due to the numbers disadvantage when they came up in the fight against United Soul. But overall, when we talk about the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be K9 squad with total of 22 points on the board with 12 finishes that they have accumulated. But in the second spot, it's going to be United Soul with total of 15 points on board as well.
This is what I was speaking about, Team Aru. This is how you pick up finishes, cut your way through teams to make it inside of the final circles. Yes, they did lack that man advantage, but still they've got a total of 14 points, which I believe is good enough. And then comes Faith, a comeback story for this team, and they'll have to replicate something a bit more better in the map of Sanhok just to have that breathing space of trying to survive into the top 64.
The race is definitely getting very, very much, I would say, competitive, and a lot of teams have finished their matches. But we'll quickly jump onto the second half of this point standings. That means the remaining 8 teams, the bottom 8 teams, MIDWAVE is one of them. They might have got 2 position points, but they haven't got a single finish point. They have played very passively just by holding onto that compound. But again, BOTxESPORTS, after getting a chicken and this time having not a single point, is definitely what that gonna annoy them. Even for secret agents, a team like that not having a single point is definitely something that they will be looking forward to at least bag up a great match in the map of Sanhok.
BOTxESPORTS, the downfall. This is going to be recorded, right? And I hope that in the map of Sanhok, they'll be able to make a proper comeback. We saw very different strategy coming from them in the map of Erangel, didn't we?
Yep. I mean, they kind of had some different plans comparative to what they have done in Erangel. I was really surprised. You know, this is not BOTxESPORTS, what I have seen just in the previous match. That was a complete different approach that they had. But overall, into the map of Miramar, it is different. But for you guys, those who are watching us live, those who are actually playing and want to be a part of BGIS 2024, make sure you complete all of your matches, the remaining matches of in-game qualifier by 11:59 p.m. of today's date, because today is the last day for the in-game qualifiers. And if you make it, also make sure you play with all the 4 main players of your squad. No substitutes are allowed. Make sure to play on the classic maps. That is any map, Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, Sanhok, whichever you want to play, but not on any even mode.
It's perfectly said. But you know, from one map where you get that chicken dinner to another map where you go empty-handed, it's a little hard for me to digest as what's going on in the minds of BOTxESPORTS. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I keep speaking about, you know, so many different things which is bought in from this game, right? And Crafton has always been there upfront to, you know, give something different for you guys every single time. And hopefully you guys are going to enjoy what's coming up on your screens. It's going to be a promo. Hope you guys enjoy it. And we'll see you on the other side to speak more about it.
Right. Left. अरे यार रेलवे की तरफ ले लेफ्ट गाड़ी के पीछे चले गाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
The right kind of game in your leisure. Apart from the game of BGMI, obviously Crafton has always been there to give you the best of the game so that, you know, it becomes a bit of an entertainment amongst the stressed, you know, I wouldn't call it stressed, but a life which you're leading right now.
Yeah, I mean, BGMI is definitely the favorite game, but alongside that, you also need sometimes when you need, you know, I'll play a short game, a small game while I'm traveling or just having some fun, or maybe I'm sitting alone. And these are the kind of games that is gonna pass out your leisure time or maybe the free time that you want to invest on some game. But for sure, Arka, it was a definitely great game. But now I'm gonna give you a little break and bring back my main man Salty on the desk for this map of Sanhok. How are you doing, mate?
I am doing phenomenal, especially with the way the Miramar map went by. I am super excited for the map of Sanhok because now things are about to change, Necros. We've seen one team kind of pull off some consistent moves, that is Team AARU specifically, but then for the ones who could not really perform on the map of Erangel, for example, K9 squad, there's been some massive upliftments. So now I am wondering, on the map of Sanhok, what is about to happen? Are the known ones gonna reclaim their throne, or the new ones are gonna be the new Kingslayers?
Well, if you ask me, Solly, I'm still rooting for Team Aro to step up. I mean, both the matches, you see them coming up in the top 3, performing in such a tremendous way, getting all those 10
Yep.
plus finishes for themselves, but still not bagging up the chicken. It's something that will annoy them in their minds, that, you know, we came, we got a lot of finishes, we got a lot of points, but still not the chicken, and to just put that cherry on the cake. So they will be definitely looking forward to pack this Sanhok no matter what it takes.
And so will Team MIDWAVE Esports as well, because MIDWAVE Esports are right at the start of the week. They surely were in a very good position, right? I felt with that one chicken dinner, with the 20 points they had on board, I was feeling like MIDWAVE Esports, with 2 consistent performances, should be good to kind of book that slot in BGI as the main round. But today, the days did not really go according to their plans, and now they need a blockbuster, Necros. And what do you think are the chances of Midway backing a chicken dinner in this one?
Well, if you ask
Prediction.
me, Solly, okay, prediction. I mean, the way they've performed, it's like they've been very passive. They are. I don't know whether they are kind of afraid in taking the fights or not, but I guess it's 30%. I'm gonna go with. I know it's a little too harsh, but just by looking at the performances, I mean, that's the natural thing that comes in my mind.
Exactly, but on the map of Sanhok, we've seen some comebacks. We've seen the teams who struggled on the maps of Erangel and Miramar kind of bounce back, right, and pick up their aggressive front. These
Mhm.
players, they definitely struggled against the opposition on the maps of Erangel and Miramar, but now on the map of Sanhok, I'm hoping that this team lets loose, because imagine this: if K9 squad, if they can come back after that Erangel debacle, come back on Miramar, get themselves a chicken dinner, why can't MIDWAVE Esports as well? They certainly do have that opportunity. Definitely will be looking forward to Team Aru and their performance. And also one more team that I think can actually do really well has to be Hub Esports, because their Erangel performance, it still has left an image in my mind, ladies and gentlemen. But enough of theory crafting. The clock on my bottom left, it shows 3 seconds. So we're gonna about to jump in the game very soon. The flight path is gonna be in front of our screens right about now.
The Sanhok is going to bring a lot of more actions in the contention, because the map is very small, and we have seen some tremendous actions in the past couple of Sanhoks that we have witnessed in this week 3 itself. A lot of early clashes, a lot of 3-way, 4-way fights that we witnessed, Salty, and I'm really anticipating another one in this map as well.
I'm certainly anticipating for a lot of fights right at the start, because on the map of Sanhok, there is no room for error, no room for mercy whatsoever. The teams who are looking to make an impact, be it Hub Esports, who are trying to qualify, trying to make the best out of today, be it K9 squad, who are also trying to set themselves up so that they can enter top 16, possibly Team Aru as well. All these teams will have to get down and fight right from the get-go. So it's definitely going to get very hot. Team are certainly having their drop location in a very spread out manner, having Lakawi, Bhan, and Kampong to their control. But look at this. This is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I needed. Team SA just going up against Youngbloods right from the get-go, and Parthan jumps down. Nice little shot, but Necros, it seems like action. It's not going to end in boot camp. Ever.
Oh, it's never. The bootcamp has always been that epicenter of action in the entire map of Sanhok, and it seems like secret agents, they will be having a sigh of relief, having wiped out the entire squad of Youngblood just after landing. I don't think it has been like, what, 1 minute or something like that. They have been completely wiped off, and Youngblood, their journey in the grind, I believe it's just the end for themselves, because they haven't got a single point from this map. And but for secret agents, they will be pretty happy with what they have got.
They certainly will be very happy, but as of now, we are going to shift focus. We're going to move towards Cow, where these two teams, MI7 and LZ officials, might duke it out against each other. We just saw how Team Youngbloods and their life on the map of Sanhok was cut short by secret agents. That was a wonderful fight. The way Pardhan used his dynamics, the movement, using topography to his advantage, using the heights to his advantage, came in from unorthodox angles and created those openings. I'm expecting to see something of that same sort here as well in between MI7 as well as the other team who is present.
Look at the circle even, Salty. Again going on the north. I mean, isn't it like a hat trick of circles that we are seeing that is forming on the northern or northeastern side
Yeah.
from the past 2 to 3 days? All the Sanhok maps have got how kind of similar circles.
Similar circles, and the northern front doesn't really have a lot of cover, right? If you are expecting a lot of solid cover for yourself, then mind you, it's not going to be there, especially if it ends towards that bridge region, right? Or right next to Hathin. And this is where the circle has had that tendency. Tatmok, in between Tatmok and Mognai. But as of now, Paradise Resort, I think, also has a little bit of a contention. Have a look at this. You've got Team Excellent 4. You've got Team Faith as well. Is approaching them towards Painan. We
Oh, for
also
sure.
have different teams right now, right? As well as Team 5 Chiefs. And nobody's actually looking to make a move. Look at that. Jadu and Akela open. Where are they going?
They're just going up front, already having that one of the knockouts. It's going to be a big opportunity for Rising Star Official to go and just convert those finishes for themselves. But Team 5 Chief, they have just lost one of their players. Alex will be just burning out with that Molotov being hit. And now, if you talk about Rising Stars Official, they will be going with a steady approach, not to overcommit, not to go all blindly. Should be a good call for themselves. But look at the kind of split that they have. Narcos is completely all alone, and even
Nice.
Messi Jod gets put down. This is bad for Team 5 Chief right now.
Good flick from Narcos. IGL gets the first one down, but it's being sprayed down by the other Varu. Immediate recovery from this man. Almost the second knock was there, but Team Rising Star Officials, slowly and steadily, they are crumbling down. One more player still surviving, going in for the revive, but this is when Team USL, United Souls, they are looking to charge in, Necros.
For sure, they don't want to let it slip away. This is a kind of moment where you get those free finishes in your bag, and why would you just leave it like that? 2 finishes registered, but now they will be still looking forward. Another knock came in. Akela has been taken down. Jadu being that solo survivor in a blink of an eye. Even United Soul came into the question and wiped the entirety of Rising Star Official from this map of Sanhok.
What a fight did we witness. Painan has been the hotspot for every single team out there. And every time we have the map of Sanhok, we do tend to look at a few places. One of them will be Bootcamp, one of them will be Painan. Drop fights do tend to take place in these regions. But surprisingly so, at Cow, we do have a duel which has prolonged for a while. Preemptive move from MI7 to try and get an advanced position. But now it seems like Team LG officials, they don't really care. They are just sort of falling back and eventually looking to take an exit from Cow. I think, Necros, this fight isn't really going to happen.
I mean, if you look at the kind of position that where LZ is, as well as if you talk about MI7, it can be a good call. Sometimes, retreating from a fight or not engaging also comes in a part of strategy that you want to implement to win the match. Because you might just win a fight, but to win a war, you need some better plannings. And for now, on our screen, it's Team Hub Esports against its Excellent 4. They've lost one of the players. Another one will be going down. There's no room for just giving ups from this position as Hub Esports. They have got no room for mercy against Excellent 4 right now.
One finish done. Pushkar is also bleeding now to death as well. Hub Esports definitely a great start to this fight, but what can Team Excellent 4 do? Nothing much. They are crumbling down. Look at this at the distance. They're also struggling. Fragger has been brought down to quite low HP and possibly even finished off as well. And Biku OP is the last one who is still standing. Excellent 4. It has been a disaster of a day. And it seems like that might crumble their hopes and dreams of qualifying to a further stage of BGIS 2024, Necros. I don't really think it's possible right now.
Yep. if you were in 200s, if you were in 150s or 160s, and you're not getting points in at least like a 20-pointer or a 15-plus pointer game in the first two games, it's almost there in the 80% mark that you're not making up to the top 64. But having this kind of position, MIDWAVE, they have to go aggressive. There is no other options. Like the way LZ are going. Prime's position has been revealed. The Molotov was on point. Even Rex has been taken down. Fearless goes all up close instantly. Finds Rex down and out, but the retaliations will be coming. Fearless has been taken down, but the trades are coming in. There is no retaliation coming up from MI7, but now they're coming in the questions. But LZ, they were well prepared for that. And instantly the knocks are coming up from their end, and Prime, he has dropped down to a very low HP. Fearless needs an immediate attention, but Laksh, if you give him the breather to go for the revival and complete it, it's going to be tough. Even BGIS from a distance are coming in.
They certainly are coming in. As of now, MI7 Laksh shot does connect. Beautiful one, in fact. He will have to charge down. One of his opposition jumps down as well, but could not really find the connection. There is third-party presence. Laksh will have to survive. Now he focuses on Team BOTxESPORTS, but then he has been shut down. Cracks on the other side looking to scramble the rest of the finishers as well. This is a feast for BOTxESPORTS, Necros.
For sure, Salty. And right now, they're just cherishing it. 5 finishes already in the bag. Now they know the position, but they don't have the utils. If Cracks had one nade or a Molotov, he would have put it down. Still trying to fight it out. A lot of shots being taken. You don't expect somebody to come up from that position in Owner. This is the opening they desired, and LZ officials. They take an exit in the 11th spot, and BOTxESPORTS 7 finishes on board already. It's just the stage 2. And this is what we expected from BOTxESPORTS. The same approach that came in the map of Wrangel is coming back in the map of Sanhok as well.
Exactly, and it's coming from all 4 different players. Look at that. The finish spread. 1 from Owner, 3 from one of their players. 7 finishes on board already, and they are looking extremely strong. But they'll have to keep up that momentum. They will have to enter the final circle, possibly back the chicken dinner as well. On the other side, THW trying to rotate on foot, out in the open, and now they have been punished.
Oh, Cartel. That costed him. His position got compromised, and now he's being punished. But THW, how are they going to enter the circle? Because it was just not one of the players, right? The entire team of RGB, they're holding. And it would be a very tough job for THW to enter the circle through the southern corridor. They might have to go for a big rotation. But that is going to cost them a lot of time, Salty.
A lot of time. And I'm not really sure if they should do that, especially in circles like these, because majority of the fights are going to happen in and around of Paradise Resort. And all you should try and do is gather yourself in places which are around it. Possibly get yourself some hotspots, some good compounds to work with. The warehouses which are there. But as of now, no team is approaching in that direction. In fact, Team RGB, they're hell-bent on trying to stop Team THW from entering the circle. This gatekeep can be successful, but it's definitely a very risky mission. And considering the likes of experience that THW have, I'm pretty sure they know how to counter it, but walking out in the open, what? Why?
I really have no answers for it, even. But there's something that you don't expect often, but THW having lost 2 of their players. Now, I really look forward to that team that, you know, they kind of might have some chances to go up front and maybe take some head-on battles, like the kind of aggression that we saw on them when they were in TWM. But for now, Salty, the circle, it is all going on the northern side. BOTxESPORTS, they will be cherishing it completely. There is no room for them to go for any rotations. They can just sit in there intact, holding those compounds, and they can just wait for the other teams to pop in. I mean, they've already got so many finishes for themselves, so they shouldn't have any much problem. They can just wait and they can bag easy 10+ finishes by the end of the game if they survive with all the players that they have for now. But when you look it out, Secret Agents again on the approach, and it's K9 against them. And that's for sure that K9, they do have a read. Dreams is in a very different spot. Probably an unorthodox position for sure if Secret Agents, any of the players, they try to close it up. Even Ultron is there in the close proximity. And we just kind of look forward to it. K9, they might have a little chance for gatekeeping Team Secret Agents for now, and they are gonna do that for sure. They don't want to just fall back from this position, but when you look into this kind of split that they have, I really believe even Secret Agents have got a good read about it, that there might be a team, there might be some players holding in the opposite compound, so we have to be very careful, very cautious about any movement that we take from here and now, because you take one bad step or one wrong step, you will be punished brutally. And K9 is a team that you don't underestimate often. 10 teams in this map of Sanok and 38 players are still remaining. We have seen a lot of teams taking early exit, a lot of teams in the binary digits. But as we speak, Salty, even United Soul are there for some early contentions.
Yeah, I kind of anticipated that from United Soul. Dropping in towards Cow, they had the Northern Frontier for themselves, and now they have such a massive circle advantage. So much space to move about, and this is actually very surprising, Necros, that it's just the third stage, and look at the number of teams who are still alive. 10 teams and 38 players involved in this competition, and look at the alive status. It's been absolute carnage. 6 teams have been wiped off from this game. Circle once again just drifting towards the north. Cow is still the dead center. Not the center per se, but it's been that focal point of the circle so far. And it seems like USL also do not really want to enter as of now. They're still traversing, holding the edge lines of that city. But so far, they haven't really been challenged. On the south, though, we do see that cluster that has happened. K9 squad as well as Secret Agents. These two teams, they're going to have a good fight.
Yep. Even when you talk about this kind of situation, Secret Agents again, I was just talking about a few moments ago that if you just take any wrong step, you will be punished, and that's K9 who's ready to gatekeep you. And for Pardhan, it's going to be a very tough job because he isn't a kind of position Salty. He cannot even go for an wide rotation and make a fallback because his position is kind of revealed. But oh, Secret Agent seems to have some different plans. They have already sent 2 of their players in the wide angle flank, and that is causing a lot of trouble for K9, it seems.
Yeah. As of now, it seems like Atlas will be the driving force for Team Secret Agents to try and get them inside the circle. But the circle once again betrays for all the teams who are in the southern hemisphere. Moves up north once again, moves a little eastern. And here we do have MIDWAVE and Team AARU Gaming duking it out once again. The storyline that we were all talking about. Your current team versus your ex-team. It's always a legacy that you leave behind. But for now, we'll have to find out who gets that big bad chicken. MIDWAVE need that very badly. One chicken dinner with possibly a good number of finishes might help their case. But as of now, Team K9 squad, they're looking very solid. They've lost their IGL belief. But they're still trying to go up front with Pro Zap and Dreams.
This is a situation for now, even when you look out for the teams like Secret Agents being formed with those experienced players. But on the other hand, the kind of trouble that is happening are all around. Even Team AARU is facing some consequences. Even Faith Esports coming into the question. One of the players have been knocked out, but for DCENT, they don't want to take any early exit, that too in this map of Sanok. They have faced a lot of difficulties in the previous matches, but not again in this very map, the last map that they are playing in the grind.
Team Faith, 1 man down for them already. Team DCENT constantly bombarding them with all the utility that they have, but it's not been easy. Team Faith have been able to move around, and that's the space that has been given by DCENT. And I'm really afraid that this might actually hunt them back. Ronnie? Wait, what? They had no clue that Ronnie was a snake, a reptile, but now he has been bitten. Team DCENT Genji is the last player who is still standing, but now he might just be swarmed by 3 remaining players from Team Fate Necros. But this clutch is certainly possible. He does have those 2 big bad assault rifles. Can make something happen, can he?
Oh. Hefty amount of damage on them. Genji, he won't be surviving. That's it. DCENT. They take an exit from this map of Sanhok and total of 4 finishes in the name of Fate Esports, as they will be rotating and getting some good spots for themselves inside the circle. There is literally nobody nearer to them, but secret agents, those who are in some distance, will be the next target for Fate Esports for sure, because they have spotted him down.
Oh.
And Atlas, he's way too in the open, but just survives with a little amount of cover that is left for him. But Maxi's definitely going to make sure that Atlas won't be surviving for long.
Absolutely, Team Fate. Look at that. The circle favoring them so much. And right now, all that they would want to do is protect their backlines. To take the first step, of course, Maxi will have to take down Atlas from the sniper tower. Height advantage for Team Fate, circle advantage for them as well. This is a golden gift that the BGMI devs have given them. RGB from the backlines as well might actually put secret agents in a very weird spot. 6 finishes on them so far, but seems like the momentum might just be halted. The only thing that Team Secret Agents can do is possibly pop some smokes, try and take down RGB first, who are coming down from the backlines. Take an eastern rotation and possibly inject themselves from the right-hand part of the circle.
Look at this kind of situation you don't want to be in, but secret agents traveling in a single vehicle. That too, it's not in a good condition. There goes Rexo down. Fate Esports, they just don't want to let them slip away from like that. Even Atlas has dropped down to a very low HP. And it seems like secret agents, they won't be surviving for a longer period of time. Even Ultron, the last hope. How long can he survive? He might have just got 1 first aid in front of him, maybe make it 3. But that's not enough for him to enter the circle, because from the right-hand side, you see another team, that's RGB, taking an entry while Fate Esports is still having the eyes on them.
Fate Esports needs to have their eye on them. Ultron just patching himself up, 3 first aid kits in his arsenal, so that's not going to last for long, but Fate wants to have every piece of the pie coming in from the southern hemisphere. It's not going to be easy surviving. Team RGB will be in their sight lines, and look at that. Nade is being cooked up as well. Aiden wants a piece of the pie. Fast goes down. Lakshu still remains. Ultron from the backlines. Team Fate have a few problems to tackle, but I shouldn't really believe that that's going to be long. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, Ultron coming up from behind. He just gives the finish to the play zone. But that damage that was dealt on Aiden was really, really crucial. If he would have been taken down, Fate Esports, they would have been in a very big trouble, because that one split that they were maintaining could have been crumbled down. But United Soul, they have stepped up big time now. They have to enter the circle, and it's MIDWAVE. Those are waiting for them. A lot of utils being dumped. This is the chance for MIDWAVE to shine. They haven't had a great couple of matches, but this is the time. This is the moment that they need to come up front.
Not just come up front, but also back those finishes. The first one goes down. Pollering is in position as well, but he has been taken down. It's Prince Deny who is going up front and doing so much damage, but he will be shut down either. Lucifer Vadu still remain, but MIDWAVE, they are succumbing under the pressure, and I don't really think they're doing enough to try and prevent that.
Oh, completely unlucky for them. Salty Pollering gets completely bleeded out. A lot of shots being taken from Fate Esports as well, but they will be waiting very much patiently. They know that there are 2 teams contesting among each other, and it's not the right time to just hop in. And eventually, when you just look at the compound they're holding, it's really benefiting them, because they don't have any other team backstabbing them. But for Team AARU, once again in the top 5, they will be looking forward to wipe out THW to gain the entire control of that space.
That should be the game plan. Absolutely. THW, as long as they keep lingering around this region, I am pretty sure there's going to be a hell lot of problems for Team AARU Gaming. And I think you, Lamau and Ninja, have done a very good job in sneaking their presence. Team AARU know that they are there, but they're not doing anything. But the fact that you haven't taken them out means that they can strike at any time. and you don't want to have that lingering threat around you anytime soon. Team AARU will have to clear this region. But a 2-2 fight against Team THW, would you risk that or would you stay put? Is certainly going to be the question of the hour. Team Faith on one side, Team MIDWAVE on one side, United Soul on one side. Who is going to back the chicken dinner? Let's just find out. The first shot from Faith comes in. Team THW have been cleared, but now it seems like the time for the onslaught has begun, Necros.
For sure, Salty. They are in a sandwich position, Team AARU right now, but they still Dionysus connects the first nade. Even Viron gets another one. Lucifer is the solo player surviving. Not kind of finish policy for Team AARU, but you look at Prince. He's there from the backlines, might just cause a lot of trouble. Lucifer doesn't have a read, but Prince, he won't even have a shot. He didn't to add in his arsenal shot, but Lucifer has to go up front, take the battles, but Team AARU, they're completely intact in that compound. Any movement, but Faith Esports decides to close in. Dionysus deals a lot of hefty damage, but Faith Esports, they're here to get all the finishes for themselves.
They're here to get all the finishes. One of their players did get knocked down. And now it's just Lucifer from Team MIDWAVE. He did get the first knock, but did he get the second one?
Wait, what?
Not really, not really, not really. I was giving you a shocker. But this team, Team Faith Esports, they certainly have done a very, very good job. Numbers advantage. For a second, I thought that Lucifer, he jump shot that one guy and possibly connected the second one, but that's never gonna happen. Faith Esports, this game was extremely important for them. The chicken dinner and the number of finishes. But all that remains to be seen, Necros, is how many points did they bag, because from this game, I think they might have gotten themselves a lot of points, but is it enough to actually back qualification? That's definitely the question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this moment, it's kind of the situation where you know you have a lot more self. We have to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to decipher what you said. It seems like your image is getting a little blurry, and the overall standings in my mind is also getting blurry right now because so much action happening, so many ups and downs. It certainly feels like at this point it will be very difficult, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we're not even trying to predict. 256 teams on the overall scorecard. Do you think I'll be able to do the math? I wouldn't have been. Obviously, if I would have been doing math out there, not sit and cast the games. But there are people in the backlines who are doing all the calculations. And of course, when we do have the overall scorecard, I'm pretty sure we're going to get some surprises. But as of now, of course, MIDWAVE, we were asking for a performance from them. They did get themselves a second position, but not really with a lot of finishes. So I kind of am assuming that for this team, it definitely is going to be tough. But on the other side, the team AARU, they are definitely bagging good qualification and possibly inside the top 16 or inside the top 32. Either of the two should be good to go for them, Necros.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really look forward to see that. They might be qualifying for the top 64, but we'll quickly jump onto the MVP. Who is it going to be? I think it's somebody from Faith Esports for sure.
I mean, well, we'll find out from Faith Esports or from any other team. Ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the game, it is going to be Aiden from Team Faith. 5 finishes, 9% map impact, and 31% finish contribution. A great game from Team Faith, but more so to actually, reinstill their position, reinstill the confidence that this team can make it. It definitely remains to be seen how many points did they bag from the entire game, and if they did enough, maybe this team has a chance. Team Faith, obviously, they had 14 points from the first game itself, from the first week itself. I am not sure if they have done enough, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just move on to the top 5 performance of the match. And here we're going to find some interesting names. In fact, the first 4 names come from Team Faith. What is this? Domination, Aiden RX 5 finishes, Maxi with 5 finishes, Alfie with 3 finishes, Spear with 3 finishes. It's been one-sided domination from them. Of course, Chronix from Team Hub with 3 finishes as well is going to complete our top 5 performers. But I think this should clear things up. 16 finishes on Team Faith and a chicken dinner to go along with it. 26 points from just one game. They definitely are going to make their case for qualification.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this might be the game that they were looking forward to, but overall, again, every time we come into some matches or something like that, we have our own expectations. But again, this time, Faith Esports, they have played very nice. They have got a good game, but again, my heart is crumbling down for Team Aru. I really thought that this might be the game they will back our chicken in, but they got 7 points. Good for them. But MIDWAVE Esports, I'm happy for them as they finally stepped up and they got 10 points at least with some different kind of approach that they had in this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, for sure, but is it going to be enough is the question, of course. 10 points added up with the 24 from the first week and then single-digit points from the first two games. I'm not really sure if they're crossing 40, and even if they do so, that's going to be in the low 40 region. Is it enough to actually make the cut inside of BGIS? I'm not really sure. We'll have to wait for the other teams and look at their matches, and hopefully MIDWAVE Esports, if they pray hard enough, they're going to qualify. You've got United Soul at 9, Hub Esports at 8. Great game from these two teams. Could not really continue their momentum. Got AARU at 7, Secret Agents at 7, THW at 6, K9 Squad at 6, and then of course if we do flip pages, Team RGB at 4 points, Rising Star Official at 4, LC Official, surprisingly, who had a very good start and just could only limit themselves to 3 points, and then it's all nil after that, Necros.
A lot of early fights that we witnessed, a lot of early eliminations alongside it for sure. Even for LZ officials, I think they had a good control. They got 3 finishes for sure, but instantly they didn't anticipate to United Soul that they will be hopping in and they will be capitalizing on those finishes. That was really, really tragic. But now, as all the 3 matches are done for this group, we will be looking forward for the overall standings, and I would love to see which team is actually on the top. And just by saying it, it's Faith Esports on total of 40 points.
40 points from Team Faith Esports, certainly a blockbuster performance coming in from them, and I'm pretty sure this team, along with all the points that they had acquired in the first week, certainly are going to make it. Team AARU, 36 points from them. No chicken dinners, but exceptional consistency. K9 Squad, a great comeback, a massive comeback for them, announcing their arrival to the world. 31 points. Hub Esports, brilliant in their arsenal. 30 points for them. United Soul at 29, LZ Official at 20, DCENT Official at 16, and THW at 13. But if we do flip pages, ladies and gentlemen, certain teams, they've had a disappointing start, or rather end to BGIS the grind. Team RGB at 13, MIDWAVE at 12, MI7 Legends at 11, Necros. And from that point on, Rising Star, Secret Agents. I don't really think these teams, they've done enough.
For sure. I mean, we expected a lot, and specifically, again, I mentioned it earlier as well, that when you are a team, those were lying in 150s or 200s, your qualification chances are on stake. You needed to have like a 30-40 points game. At least in 3 matches, you have to get that many points in order to survive in the competition or make it up to the top 64, but that is not the case. And I really believe that the chances for them to qualify in the main BGIS round, maybe in any round 2 or like let be round 3, it's completely denied.
Well, speaking of denied, of course, we will have to figure out which are the teams who are going to be making it and the ones who will sort of, fall back and will have to rethink their strategies and rethink the way they are approaching the game. But ladies and gentlemen, performance so far, look at this. The first week, this team, K9 Squad, they backed 40 points. They had 21 finishes to work with, a 1 chicken dinner in their bag. And in this week, of course, 31 points, 17 finishes, and 1 chicken dinner as well. It's not a dip in performance. I feel the performance has been pretty similar. It's just the consistency that K9 Squad has to sort of work on, and then possibly they will be able to make the jump, because Necro's competition is only going to rise from this point on. The lobbies are going to get tougher, and I think K9 Squad, they will have to prepare themselves accordingly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they might have got some hefty amount of points for themselves to qualify for the main stages, but once again, the big waves that has already started for a lot of teams that they're making might just cause a big tsunami by the end of their grind for sure. But have to look forward like that to another kind of situation where our one of the favorite creators, Snacks, have created that one impact, and this promo will exactly give you what we are talking about.
रुक रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
Well, I mean, that silence just depicted how much we are praying for Midwave Esports right now. But also, there are certain teams who will kind of have to have a lot of prayers going in for them as well. THW also could not really showcase a lot. And I really want to find out if we do get the cumulative standings. We don't have that on the broadcast. For that, you'll have to follow Craft India Esports on their socials. But with that topic out of the way, Necros, we'll have to move forward with the rest set of matches that we have. Of course, it's going to be a new group, new set of teams, and I am super excited. Group 8 is what we're talking about, and this is it. A lot of big names, including the defending champions, Gladiator Esports, coming in with a new lineup. You've got CS Esports, who were at the top with the Grind 2023. You've got known faces in the form of BURNX officials, 4 Horsemen, Team Psych, you've got Hyper Legends, and of course, speaking of known faces, I think I do have a known face with me on the panel. I did get that call from my producer. My man Arka is back on the desk.
No, I'm still, not able to come out of the previous map of Sanok. Faith Esports. Oh my goodness, what a comeback that was. I wasn't expecting them to, even in the final circles, I really didn't expect them to cross over so easily. But one thing which I loved the most is as soon as they got a knock, they carried that player to the other side, then gave the revival, still made it a 4-man squad. And it's all about you having that man advantage perfectly executed.
Of course, but as of now, we'll have to talk about the teams who will sort of make their limelight in this half. Of course, there are certain names who've done it well and considerably so. I am going to talk about Team Psych first because now they've got a chicken dinner in their back, 41 points, looking really good. This team is looking solid, and I think they will be able to continue that momentum. But I want to know your thoughts, if you do align with me, or do you have differences? Do you think this team is going to dip in form, or are they going to keep up the momentum?
It all depends on the performance of Gladiator Esports, if you ask me, because every single time Team Psy goes in for the chicken dinner and they find gladiators in the final circles, it's gonna be very hard for them to convert that chicken dinner, because champion team, right? And they have a lot of pressure over their shoulder. An IGL like that, who doesn't even bother or who doesn't know the P of pressure, will look forward to convert those chicken dinners. So in that case, yes, they might have a chance. It depends on the performance of the other teams.
Well, they might have a chance. Now, speaking of Gladiator Esports, you did mention it. They certainly are the defending champions, but the new faces, the new players, will they be able to represent them the same way or not? That is a big question mark, Arka, because if I look at their stats,
Yes.
Gladiator Esports, they don't have a lot, just 16 points that they have bagged from the first week. And now, if they want to qualify straight into round 4, they'll have to do so much hard work today. And I'm not really sure if they're prepared. I hope so they do. But on the other side, we do have one team, Arca, Originals MIZORAM, and who also have a chicken dinner to their name, expecting them to bag another one today.
Yeah, and I do believe they have the capability of doing so, because every single time I've seen this team play, the synergy has been phenomenal. It's just that they get picked off because of the spread they have, and hopefully this time around they can stick together and probably bring out one of the best gameplays they've had so far, because as I said, the IGL Reverse X, the 1v4 he pulled off the last time in Erangel, I would love to see that get replicated.
Let's just find out if that gets replicated or no, ladies and gentlemen. But the first game of this new group, Group 8, is live in front of our screens. And the Big Bird, it's always back in the skies. Look at that devil that's smiling back at you. That's nice. That's a nice smile. I'm not really sure if that's a nice smile. But anyway, taking the topic out of the picture, let's just talk about the flight path for now. It starts off from military base and it ends at a mansion right on the right hand side of Yasnaya Polyana. Arka, a flight path which is sort of tilted towards the right hand side. I want to know from your thoughts. Anyone who wants to go to Georgia Pole, how do they manage to do that?
obviously to get those vehicles, right? And I'm looking forward for some skirmish to take place in that, scenario where you can expect a team to pick up the gun and go watch out for those vehicles to be moving. But again, as I said, lately teams have chosen two drop locations. They always have that secondary one, and in case that is in reach, probably they'll head there first, and no team is backing out to go and get those early fights. So we can expect some skirmishes, but with a matured lobby like this, we can also expect some decent gameplays as well.
Speaking of decent gameplays, you've got UNSB and Team Elite trying to take a duel right from the get-go. But the only problem is Team Elite, they've just got 2 players in this fight. They need to call for reinforcements, and right from the get-go, not a lot of weaponry on them. Macwin finally finding that M4, but no helmet. It does have the level 2 vest, but if UNSB do decide to strike right now, I think there's a big opening, Arka.
It's gonna be very hard, because obviously it all comes down to the farming you do, right? Last time we were able to see, a melee was being used, so you can use it right now. But yes, coming back into the game, the Molotov being used out there to lure out Jimmy into the open fields is going to be a greater advantage for them. But can they bring Addy back on?
Well, we'll have to find that out. Ranjan from the backlines here trying to take a shot up to OG. What a beautiful shot from the shotgun it was. A second shot to confirm, and now his magazine runs out of bullets.
No.
Beautiful connection from the other side, and that confirms the knock. Avenger. It's a great game that's happening left and right in Team UNSB. They're down to their last man, Ranjan. The pump action shotgun and a dream, of course. Fair shot being taken, 2 shots back to back connected, and Team Elite, they strike. But they strike hard at a massive cost. 4 finishes, but 2 players taken down. Macwin and Flash are the only ones who are still alive, Arka.
Not the kind of start I was expecting, to be frank, because there were moments where, a vehicle came in and I really thought that they might back off from this fight. But yes, as soon as you get that initial knock, it agitates you to go take those fights. And I do believe that, they've done a good job regarding that. But Jimmy and his teammate, since they went in as a solo players, they got caught very badly.
Yeah. Speaking of getting caught very badly, UNSB now, they've got to start their journey. I mean, they will have to find a way to kind of resurrect back in this game, but ESCN, look at that. Near that Water City region, Goku is venturing a little too much towards Team PSYCHE territory, but I don't want that to happen. Team PSYCHE, they might use the same highway to inject themselves into the circle, and if that happens, I'm pretty sure Team ESCN will try to hold them back. Is this a typical gatekeeping situation that we are anticipating, Arka?
No, I don't think so, because the drop locations are a little bit different in comparison. ESCN, yes, they were going, to that location to get themselves one vehicle, which might help them in the latter stages of the game. But Rozhok is where ESCN would love to find themselves home. And hopefully, we'll be able to see Team PSYCHE, traverse around the northern side of the map, because as far as what I know, Ace Black, he takes that rotation towards the Severny region.
Speaking of that Severny region, it's been completely left open. And we did get to see that instance of the first circle. It's so much on that right-hand side, Arka. I mean, the first circle had its center towards Gatka. The second one has its center towards Shelter. It seems like we're covering the entirety of the Erangel map. Your first term and then your second term. But as of now, I think majority of the teams, they will start migrating and they will start looking for those hard covers. And on the right-hand side of the map, of course, you do have a very rough terrain. The regions around Prison, the massive hills, of course, you've got the Logs region as well. Wherever the circle goes, I think teams will find themselves proper cover. And having proper cover means you need a lot of utility to flush your opposition out.
Salt, you want a fun fact?
Tell me.
Sorrow and Leo, okay, from the player we are looking on screen, are twins.
Wait, what?
Oh yes.
They're twins?
Yes,
Oh,
they're
wow.
twins. They're brothers who play together. We had one set of brothers play yesterday and we have the second set of brothers playing today, but this is how the cookie crumbled. I just loved every bit of it. But yes, yet again, if he had been inside the hard covers, probably he could have revived his teammate first, who's way behind. But TE, they were determined to, finish that fight. But yes, coming back to the topic again, CS, twin brothers. I mean, as soon as I got to know, and I was like, oh, what nice, okay. And the synergy, it seems like they're born with it.
They definitely bond with it, but surprisingly, Leo Whitey is not playing today. And I don't really understand why, because this man individually, in fact, single-handedly led his team to BGIS Grand Finals. And then, of course, they collaborated with 8-Bit to get into BMPS Grand Finals as well. He has a huge history, and in fact, he was one of the most experienced player in that BGIS Land Final. So it definitely is very surprising. And CS Esports, they've had a massive past as well. It's not like they are a new team or a young team. This lineup, of course, in Grind 2023, ending up #1 position. I really want to see where they end up in this one, though. Did not really start properly. 22 points from the first 3 games, just 16 finishes. But hoping that Leo White gets back on board once again and starts his aggressive route. This team certainly needs that, isn't it, Arka?
Oh, very much. But again, yesterday also we had a similar discussion when it comes to another team. Are they doing the right thing by keeping the star player out? But it seems like, the teams are well composed. They have better synergy, and that's why they play the best playing for. Time to experiment. As
you proved me wrong last day, so I'm not going to predict against you today.
But yes, let's look forward to the next team on our screens. It's going to be Gladiators, right? You were speaking about this new lineup, and they have a lot of responsibilities, being that, champion, what do you call it?
Defending champions.
No, defending champions title, I would say. But by the looks of it, they'll have to amp up that aggression.
And I think for Gladiators, it's all about trying to get themselves a little settled, because, like I said, I've seen this team perform previously as well. Did impress me, but not as much as the previous lineup, so it will be a very tough job for them to fill their shoes. But as of now, Team CS Esports, it seems like this team is looking a little ruthless. Team Elite right up front. Macwin and Flash did try their best to survive from the last fight. But right now, with an entirety of CS Esports trying to approach them, it will be very hard. Fragger OP just chasing down Macwin. Shots being taken. The other man did heal himself up, but that will be a very tough job to try and survive. Flash, of course, being obliterated on the other side. And that's how the group crumbles. One knock for Macwin as well, but no healing utility left. This man has lava on his floor right now. And with 2 players chiming in, what can he potentially do? Nothing, absolutely. Team CS Esports get the first 2 finishes in their bag.
Oh, it seems like they're looking forward for domination. Because, yes, it's pretty evident that last time they were looking for finishes, right? 6 position points and compared to 16 finish points shows that, all they need is to pick up those finishes in the initial stages of those games. And probably this time around, they would want to convert that into a chicken dinner. But yes, there it is. That's the rotation I was speaking about from Ace Black. Going towards the 70 and then try to come inside through the Yasnaya region. And ESCN. Hey, one more thing, right? Since we were speaking about facts, I thought that Isala Cup Namde, but then I had to rectify myself. It's Isala Chicken Namde.
Oh, so is that the full form of this name, of this team name?
Oh yes, it's Isala Chicken Namde.
Ah, I see. That's interesting. Arka, you come up with some great facts. I love them, and I think hopefully, your team, of course, in a different sport is not. Your team in a different sport is not getting their cup. Hopefully, this team gets their chicken. I mean, why not? I am all in for hopes. ESCN, they certainly have had a great start. 37 points, 1 chicken dinner already. So, yeah, they are en route.
I mean, we believe in entertainment, right? And I do believe that nobody can. We've got the king. We've got stars. I mean, we don't need to prove ourselves every single time, but still, coming back into the game. SEPOY, Mutiny. One of those teams I would love to see perform.
Yep.
Hey,
SEPOY
just a word. No matter how hard your coach worked, he was never in the limelight. Rather not live that life.
For sure, Aka. For sure. But you know what? I was also laughing at the fact that SEPOY Mutiny, they certainly were also struggling quite a lot with the rotation as well. Just vehicles tumbling down. Such a funny sight to see. But we're focusing on the circle as well. The circle has taken drastic shifts towards the right. We are still hugging the western, in fact, the eastern shoreline. Lipovka is still in contention, but no team is in that region. It's all down to the rice fields, ladies and gentlemen, the open ground. I was speaking of covers. Because I was thinking we're possibly moving towards shelter or possibly prison, but the circle, it betrays me, and I'm pretty sure it betrays the players as well.
And hopefully we'll be able to see a Lipovka circle, because it's still a great chance that we might find something away from this, rice fields of Yasnaya.
Rice fields of Yasnaya. It has always been that case where whenever the circle does end up in that region, teams who hold that lighthouse have a certain advantage. We'll have to find out that does happen, but as of now, we've got Team Originals Mizoram on our screen. A great team, 20 points to start things off with, 10 finishes on board. They certainly know how to back their check-in dinners. Late rotators inside the circle, but I think it shouldn't really be hard for them to find a space in, and I think they're going to play in from the edges, Arka.
Better play from the edges if you have that firepower. Yes, OG. Again, one of those teams. And every single time I see a team from Mizoram or from Nagaland play, right, I feel so happy to see the chat. There's so much love coming their way. Hopefully we'll be able to see them register one chicken dinner, because they have the firepower. It's just that, they need to be a little bit calm when it comes to taking those fights.
Speaking of firepower, Reverse X Evo. This man was individually responsible for a 1v4. And now he has Team ESCN on his screen, on his crosshairs. And Team ESCN are going to fall back. They're going to retreat. They do not want to engage in a fight as of now. As we progress to a rather safe phase inside that circle of Erangel. Not really a lot of collisions, not really a lot of commotion. There is still a lot of space for these teams. Look at the map. It's just stage 2, and we only have 14 teams left. 2 teams eliminated already. And there's no one who is strikingly close. We might have some sort of a collision at the south. Look at that, Arka. Spy versus 4 horsemen. Do you think that's possible?
Not right now. But in the latter stages, yes, we can expect, in case the circle shifts away from them. Because it's going to be hard for Spy to, either challenge the side of Team PSYCHE or the side of Team ESCN. Right? So they might want to fight 4 horsemen and then probably take that eastern rotation. But again, on the eastern side of the map, we're able to see that SEPOY Mutiny still want to stay at the prison region, expecting the circle to form up towards them.
Why not? I mean, they're all in for the guesses, and I am all in for the guesses as well. Where exactly is the circle gonna go? Of course, a question in all our minds right now. And the BGMI gods have given us googlies after googlies, so it's better that we don't predict. Look at that. We are heading to the rice fields, ladies and gentlemen. Yasnaya is still in contention, but it's barely inside. Majority of the focus, the focal point of the circle will be in those rice fields. And Team Gladiators rightfully predicting themselves at the edge of the circle. This kind of puts me back in a nostalgic moment, because the previous Gladiators, the ex-champions of course, they always love to play in from the edges. Do I see the reincarnation of the same players in these new young guns? Possibly.
Hopefully, if you ask me, because that pressure of being under a champion title, it's eventually going to suppress you unknowingly, subconsciously. And I hope that this time around it's a different story. But Yasnaya Poliana, now these hard compounds are going to find a lot of neighbors, because we were able to see there's some early rotators as well. But Team Psych, what a rotation it has been for the side of Ace Black. A perfect one. They've got the only hard compound near that Rice Fields region. All they have to do is make sure that, they evade the opponents from coming in closer. Strike fear in their heart or put them down completely.
Team Psych, definitely, just like you mentioned, in a very good position to win this game so far. But to protect that position, they will have to try and fight as much as possible. And I'm pretty sure they will be charged in from multiple directions. The open lands of Yasnaya right fields, it's merciless. It's an absolute symmetry. We do have Team CS Esports on our screens as well. And just like we were saying, it's been the times where you don't really have to fight. Just hold on to your compounds. You're inside the circle. Nobody is approaching you. Just try and be patient. Four horsemen on our screens. We've got Blaze still trying to make his way inside the circle. And as of now, it seems like he is directly heading towards Team Spy. Currently on a scouting mission to get information from the edges of the circle. Trying to understand if there's someone who is gatekeeping, but to his happy news, he's gonna get a happy news. There's nobody there, so you might just well call in the rest of your comrades as well.
I like this approach coming in from the side of Four Horsemen, because Blaze is one of those players you have to watch out for. He's been phenomenal in the past, and the right person to send for scouting. As an IGL as well, he knows exactly how to, he knows exactly where to place whom at what point of time. It's just that, in the previous round, a little bit of a lack of synergy. I had to put them down way early on. But this time around, I'm expecting them to do much, much better.
Look at that, two teams, two cavalries. You've got Volcanic Esports and SEPOY Mutiny. Both are rotating across the circumference of the circle. The periphery, I love what Volcanic Esports are doing. Just trying to use the periphery and radius to inject themselves inside. But where are they going to end? That is the question. What is their destination? SEPOY Mutiny finding themselves in the northeastern part of the circle, right next to BOTxESPORTS and BURNX official. Probably not the best position where you would want to hold, because that puts you in a sandwich. Not a tasty one, of course. The one that goes against you.
Oh, look at that rotation coming in from the side of Volcanic Esports. A perfect one. A longer one. They took the brunt of the blue and they were like, you know what, it's okay. Let's try to come in from the other side of the Yasnaya region, and they're going to be rewarded with a perfect location right now. ESCN are going to be the early aggressors to hold the epicenter of the circle, and Team Psych are now going to regret that they were not the first team to push forward. They're going to make that ridge their home, which I usually call the dunes of death. How well can they hold that back?
The dunes of death, Arka. This is a phrase that I love. In fact, everything that comes off your mouth has been very accurate so far. Volcanic Esports, of course, a great rotation for them. Reminds me of that beautiful rotation from Team Entity. Somraj is going to be proud if he sees that, but for this Undergod, he will have to live up to his expectation. We'll have to find out what happens next, but this time around, it seems like BOTx, they've been stopped dead in their tracks. Reverse with that DBS is going to confirm that knock for himself. Dinu has been taken down, but on the other side, inside of Yasnaya, look at how many teams there are. It's absolutely in shambles. There are multiple teams who are battling for survival, and everyone has a sightline for themselves. Collision, chaos, and absolute carnage. Arka, only few teams are going to be alive at the end of this session.
I strongly feel that, many players of different teams are going to be alive. Solo players out there trying to heal battle, or probably, look forward to, finish things off for the opponents. Something like that. And hopefully it's going to be, something which we are going to relish at the final moments. But yes, there are several other teams who have done a great job when it comes to their rotation. ESCN. And then we have the side of SEPOY Mutiny. Let's not forget the Spy Elite. Those teams are right now at the epicenter of the circle. Ace Black from a distance gets knocked out. Bit of a shocker for me, but you know what? He can be revived.
He can certainly be revived. As now Team BOTx official right at the dead center. Abhi just trying to take shots. He did get the knockout on towards Rishabh, and now the confirmation can't really come. It's impossible for him to traverse this distance and go in for the rest of the players. BOTx official, their best bet is to try and hold on to their compound as much as they possibly can. And look at the map. There is so much happening. So many teams just duking it out against each other. ESCN going in for the shots. Team PSYCHE trying to make a late entry. And they do have it. I still remember it was Team Tamila's Arca who actually found themselves that sniper tower in a similar circle. And now it's Team PSYCHE. Team Tamila's was successful. I want to see if Team PSYCHE can do it as well. But now here comes the invasion from 4 Horsemen. Going up against VOLCANIC Esports. They had a lovely rotation, but they could not defend it. And now Kiki Jord wants to take down the final piece of the puzzle. VOLCANIC Esports. They certainly aren't erupting. They are going down. Where's the final player?
I guess the final player, X-God, is at a distance. He's going to be hiding and making sure he doesn't come into all this commotion and play for position point. But since his location is almost compromised, I don't think it's going to be hard for 4HM to finish him off. But again, just a minute left before all these teams will have to make it to the next circle. You were speaking about Team PSYCHE holding that perfect position, right? Let's not forget 2 of these or 3 of these players actually played for Team Tamilas before. So obviously the strategy is going to be pretty simple. Or similar.
Strategies are going to be similar for 4HM as well, just to get inside and knock the heads out of VOLCANIC Esports. Well, they definitely did make a good rotation, but could not really do anything on the back of it. On the other side, it's an exchange of nades, ladies and gentlemen. A nade barrage happening between Team DSG and OZ Mizoram. Krish has already crossed over. A big gamble that he has taken on the other side. It's Fabian who's going to find the first knock on towards Minato. Krish has been knocked down as well. And Team OG Mizoram, they certainly are making it work. 2 players down, 2 players still alive, while the rest of the 4 from Mizoram are extremely strong right now. But I love the intent. They're not going in for the finishes. Instead, they want to protect their own players. And that is exactly the call that I wanted, especially in time like this. Look at how many teams we have from this beautiful bird's eye view, Arca.
Oh yes, the splash of colors at Yasnaya with stage 5 almost coming to an end. Probably this will be the first time in the grind we'll be able to see so many teams in stage 6. But again, I really like the strategy coming in from the side of OGs, because Reverse X is going to be playing the President, allowing his assaulters to do the rest of the job. He himself has been one of the great assaulters, so he's going to wait for his opportunities to strike. As one man, Fabian, is doing so great in restricting the opponents from getting in closer.
Exactly, but the circle has now shifted. You will have to make your way in. Without that, you have no choice but to survive. And to try and skip this commotion, I don't really think that's possible. Now look at this, Team CS Esports also approaching them. 2 players knocked on Reverse X in a different angle. It seems like Team OGX Mizoram, they have now been stopped. And the team who was responsible to do that is Team CS Esports. They've lost Saurav 2 OP, but the rest of the 3 players is still alive. There's been no...
Ooh.
Wait, what? Team PSYCHE? From where?
From far off, they did do a little bit of a damage. But again, it all comes down to Reverse X. What is he going to do over here? Is he going to cook up a grenade to finish them off? Or is he going to come in for a frontal battle? Fragger is ready for it. And the smokes is just gonna make sure that Reverse X is on the receiving end of things.
You know, it's all this chaos. The fun part is Hyper Legends and Team Psycho like, alright boys, you guys fight it out. We're gonna chill in the rice fields, have some rice cakes as well. Shotgun on Reverse X. He finds the
nice!
first connection. The second one, of course, is not coming. Fragger OP is gonna end things up. CS Esports did have a scare. They did lose one player in this fight, but they're still up and alive. But right up front, look at the number of teams that are in between them and the circle. How will they ever manage to make their way in?
4HM, one last man. You know, he's at the epicenter of the circle. It's so good to see that there are players who are trying to come inside, and now it's going to be a all-out war in the center. Bot are trying to do their best to pick up as many finishes as possible, but let's not forget the blue is going to make sure it eats up most of those finishes. ESCN, even they are losing players. As Spy, two of their players at the epicenter, and someone is going to, you know, send some grenades to finish them off as well.
What a beautiful camera shot. What a beautiful view from the top, ladies and gentlemen. So many teams migrating from the Yesnai hard compounds onto the rice fields. And that is the circle doing its magic. The blue zone, of course, that is feared by everyone, has to be respected. And that is one of the reasons why so many teams fell at a snap. Thanos would have been proud, but for now, BURNX Rishabh, he will have to make his teammates proud. If he can land in the nade, then possibly ESCN will be down and dusted. And that would give him some breathing room against Team Psych. But so far, there has been no steps taken. Maybe he's out of utilities, but not Kakarot. 4 grenades on him, 5 smokes available. Quintessential in a circle like this, isn't it, Arka?
Very much. But it all comes down to the, you know, firepower you carry now. I know the man advantage is going to be a primary aspect with a circle like this. But if that's the case, then Hyper versus Psych. That is what the rest of the teams will be hoping for. As now Hyper slowly trying to make it into the circle, and Team Psych, the primary objective is to make sure that this team doesn't enter the circle.
Ace Black, through the sniper tower, of course, does have a visual on Hyper Legends. Nades coming in from Mr. Sprayers of now, but Hyper Legends also trying their best to push Team Psych back. At least push them away from the window so that they have that little room to try and make the rotation. They do have the vehicles, but are they out of commission is going to be the question. ESCN on the other side, just cleaning up teams after teams, and Rishabh hasn't really been spotted as of yet. It's amazing. They're so close to each other, but they're all crawling and no shot has been fired. Rishabh is an absolute snake right now.
I guess ESCN have an idea that there's a player over there, but they're not expecting to be closer, and that makes it much more easier for them now. Ace Black finishing that single lone player, and now it all comes down to that 4v4. I do understand that 2 other players of ESCN are present, but all they're gonna do is stay as silent as possible. They're gonna be that sneaky snake who wants to strike only when the iron is hot. Salty, who do you think is gonna take this home?
I have no clue. Possibly Team Psych, possibly Team Hyper Legends. We'll just wait and find out, and I would rather let time do the talking. Look at this, Team Psych now have the space and the breathing room. The teams who took the risk of being out in the open initially are now feasting on its benefits, while all the team from Yasnaya Polyana, they have been exterminated. Team Psych, they are dominating. They're dancing across the ring. Hyper Legends, Maximus is the only one who's still healthy on the other side. Team ESCN, Shine is the last one who might actually do the talking. Teju will get taken down. Maximus on the move. Team Psych, they slowly begin to hunt, and they're slowly beginning to strike. Ace Black, he knows exactly where Team ESCN is. And finally, he's going to take his shots. Kakarot will be taken down, but shots from Shine. The first one goes down. It's a 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. Striker versus Shine. Will he be able to clutch it out? He has one Molotov, and he needs to land it perfectly, Arka. And as of now, it seems like Striker knows the essence of the competition. Players have been brought back to their feet, but one explosion that turns him to 5 HP. This is madness. Team ESCN, they're progressing towards a mammoth victory. Nobody expected this to happen, and this playdown is there. He's managed to find another knock for himself. The finish, and there you go. The winner, chicken dinner. Cheyenne, this man has done the unthinkable. Oh my goodness. Cheyenne, what did you do, ESCN? A chicken dinner and a half.
I was expecting something like this to happen, but that patience and also the persistency to go in with those finishes. Oh my goodness. Even though he had, Snake Ace Black right next to him, knocked out, he was not at all bothered about him getting confirmed. He was like, far away I can see another person moving. I'm gonna knock him out, make them weak, and then think of concentrating on the final player. And that Molotov, which you correctly pointed out, that was the key for their success. Making sure that it's so vulnerable at that point of time. Team Psych, they could have rushed in, and Ace Black had a great opportunity to put him down before coming down from that sniper towers. But hey, guess what? The star is shining bright towards the side of ESCN, and chicken belongs to them.
The chicken definitely belongs to them, and oh my god, the way they got it. I'm pretty sure Cheyenne must be shaking right now, because after a clutch like this, your adrenaline pumps to its extremities. But this man, the patience and the right call-outs, Arka, to understand that Team Psych have 3 players knocked down, to read the finish feed in a moment like that, and then acting upon it. That was brilliant. And as soon as he knew, I think it was a 1v1, we saw the movements coming in. He did not want to give the other team, that is Striker, time to revive his fallen comrades, because if the revivals were done, this game could have been as good as dead for ESCN.
100% agreed. But at the same time, that one knocked player from ESCN, he was the person to relay so much of information, because Ace Black did not confirm him. So he was on his knees. He was like, what? I can see 2 players, and this is where they are. And it's important for you. That is why they say as soon as you knock, you finish that person, because he can do a lot of damage just being knocked out.
Absolutely, just being out there, gathering all the information. And I think Ace Black finishing off the knock player first gave away his position, and that was easy for Shine. And then, of course, the cookie crumbled. But ESCN, such a massive chicken dinner. And of course, Arka, we've got to give it to the circle as well for giving us such amazing action, because for a moment, I was trying to calculate how many teams we had inside of Yasnaya, possibly more than 10 teams trying to house themselves up, and every compound had a single team. But of course, with that storyline coming to an end, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to find who is the MVP of this game. I have no surprises. It has to be Cheyenne from Team ESCN, but we're going to find that out just in a moment. It has to be him. Wait, what? 11 finishes?
Obviously, right. From the moment he got into Yasnaya, and before that as well, before that rotation into Yasnaya, they had some decent finishes. And over there as well, because of that high ground advantage, they did so much of damage to other teams, and only 2 players making it inside the circle. If not for the throwables, it would have been much more better for the opponents.
It would have been much more better, but teams like all their finishes going to his name. The Molotov, of course, just like you mentioned, the shotgun, the explosiveness of this player, it was brilliant, and it has definitely gotten me startled. But a double digits after a long time, we're going to move on to the top 5 performers. And in the second position, look at that massive vacuum. Newbie at 4 finishes from Team CS Esports. Seal Wild with 4 finishes on the third position as well. Striker on 3, Fabian on 3 as well. These players, they were brilliant in commotion, but Cheyenne, what a man, what a myth, the legend. This certainly is a standout performance, a marquee performance inside of BGIS The Grind for now.
100% agreed. And I am 100% sure that, this is going to be one of the other players who will be taking a little bit of credit for that as well, the IGL. But yes, coming back into the points table, 24 big number coming in for the side of ESCN. They ended up last week with 37. And with this number adding up, they're going to place themselves in the top 10 itself. But how much more can they take up? Because this is just the beginning. And if they start off the day with something like this, I do believe they can end with a greater number.
I just can't. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Cheyenne got out a clutch from that situation, a 1v4 to end Team Psych and their mission. This is insane stuff. Team Psych, of course, 13 points for them. Team Seal with 11 points. Great game from them. Hyper Legends did manage to survive till the end, of course. The third position finish, 5 position points, but just 2 finish points put them at 7 points in total. BURNX official, CS Esports at 7 each, Spy Elite on 5, and 4 Horsemen at 4 points. On towards the second page, we have some disappointments here. Gladiator Esports, defending champs, 0 points for them. The SUPARI gang, 0 points. Volcanic Esports, 0 points. SEPOY Mutiny with 1. UNSB with 2. BOTxESPORTS with 3. Team Elite and Originals MIZORAM with 4. But Arca, coming back to you. This was a game and a half, and that final circle with Hyper Legends involved in the mix of things as well. Did you ever imagine ESCN is going to bag that chicken dinner?
Yes, actually, I did feel that they had the greater opportunity. Obviously, right? Two teams are fighting it out. They've not, these people are the unfinished job for the side of Team Psych. And since they were a little overconfident that once we take the 4v4 we'll be strong enough to take down the other 2 players. Least did they realize that they're going to be heavily damaged, and they'll be on the brink of probably breaking down completely, and that is where they got struck. And I do believe that ESCN are going to relish this for a really, really long time.
Absolutely. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, my blood is still rushing, and if yours are rushing as well, just imagine that was just one game that you witnessed. Imagine being inside, participating inside competitions like these. And if you think you have enough, why not participate in the in-game qualifiers for BGIS 2024? If you have registered already, then make sure that you get all your 4 main players and play your 15 classic ranked games inside of BGMI before 11:59 p.m. tonight. Your top 10 will be calibrated to calculate the result, and if you do well enough, then possibly me and Arka, we are going to be casting your games inside a BGIS main event.
And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and send all my luck possible to you guys, so that you guys are going to be present in round 1 and then forward until the LAN event itself. But what a game it has been so far.
Absolutely. It's been a great game, and I think we do need a break. But before we move on to the break, there's been something amazing. What can be more amazing than the Ignis X suit? The Ignis X suit right about now. Well, the Ignis Exu, ladies and gentlemen. One of the marquee things that Crafton India has brought for us inside of the game. And if you do want to feel royal inside the game while you're playing your in-game qualifiers, why not put it on for yourself and have the accompanying line with you as well? But as of now, Arka, we have had a phenomenal start to this group. There could not have been a better start to this group. And we definitely have a lot of competitors. We've got Team Psych. We've got Hyper Legends. These teams are definitely going to be looking to seek revenge on the map of Miramar. Are you excited for the next game?
Obviously, right? With your blood rushing up into your heads, it's an obvious thing that you're going to be excited for the next one. But Salty, before you leave, name me one team which you feel is going to perform better.
Let's just go with Team CS Esports on the map of Miramar.
All right, Salty, with that note, I'm going to allow you to take a small breather after that energetic casting you did in the previous game. And I'm going to welcome back a Necros who was watching everything on the sidelines. Necros, did you really think, now be frank, did you really think that ESCN will be able to pull off that chicken dinner?
I'm telling you, Ark, I jumped off my chair. After that. I mean, it is not possible. How did that one guy clinch that chicken dinner. It was, I really thought it's Team Psych who had the circle control, who had the majority of the part for themselves. They even took down the entire squad of Hyper, and I was like, okay, this is going for Psych. They have got a great match now. I'm gonna write my stats about it to discuss in the next match. But then ESCN came. Shayan decided, I'm gonna give some more flavors to this entire match, and I'm gonna just clinch it like that by solely standing. And it reminded me of one big player, which we call the Universal MVP, Jonathan. He did something similar in this very rice fields once upon a time as well.
Oh, yes, very true. But again, it's all about you being that outer syllabus question to grab all the limelight, right? And Cyan did it to perfection. But coming back, this is going to be a map of Miramar where we can expect the same kind of circles to take place. Because if you ask me, the open rice fields of Yasnaya is pretty similar to that of Miramar, right? The mid-range battles is going to matter a lot. And who do you think from amongst these teams will have a greater chance to get that chicken dinner, or probably will have a better performance in comparison to the map of Erangel?
I believe it can be ESCN once again, because what they have done, it's very nice. And I mean, keeping calm in that kind of situation is really tough. I mean,
Yeah.
if you are a player, if you have played in those conditions, you know how much stuff, how much pressure it is on your heads. But when you just talk about, I really believe it can be CS or maybe Team Psych again in the top three contenders of the map of Myanmar, because even Team Psych, if you talk about their lineup, Arka, they have got so many experienced players there who have been playing together for a long time. And again, when it comes down to these kind of maps or these kind of situations, they are the experts in it.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to see some different team come up and grab the chicken dinner with a little bit of a consistency maintained by those who have already done a good job in the first map. But again, we all know when it comes to the rotation in the map of Miramar, we have to speak about one guy, and that has to be Ace Black. Every single time he's cracked that code of how to rotate inside of that circle. Do you think that this time around they can convert that rotation into a chicken dinner, like the perfect placement, and you have the combination of the best two assaulters who have been working out for a long time?
For sure. I mean, when you have got an IGL like Ace Black who has experience, and as you
Yeah,
mentioned, he has been that one player who can guide his team no matter how tough the situation is or how hard the circle has shifted away from them. He always finds a rotation. He always finds an exact pinpoint location inside the map to just lead his team and get a compound for himself and for the team. If you talk about all the other three players, they're very capable. You talk about Striker, you talk about all those players. They have got so much
carry.
skills that they can literally kind of take down any team coming in front of them.
Completely agreed, and hopefully we'll be able to see some more action taking place. But if you guys are watching this, I don't want you guys to be so selfish. Share it among your friends. Let them all come down over here, and probably we'll be able to see a very different outcome altogether. There are several other teams who did try to do their best. One amongst them have to be, original Mizoram, right? They were holding off a team so
Um,
perfectly, but CS came out of syllabus and they backstabbed them ruthlessly.
Yeah, I really thought that was the situation Uji Mizoram would have clutched it out, and the way the players were playing, kind of reverse was there. Even the other players coming up and stepping up in such a good manner, restricting anybody to slip away from their hands was definitely something we never expected. But now, as we talk, we jump in the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand that awaits, and there would be a lot of questions in our mind as for the audience as well, Arka. But I think the answers will be coming up very soon.
Oh, yes, the flight path starting all the way from El Pozo, ending towards Impala, giving every team the opportunity to go to their respective drop locations. There's no necessity for anybody to go in for a, early skirmish, but still, we know how the team is turning out to be. We know how the grind is turning out to be. Few teams tend to go and get that early for finishes, and the chances of it happening, I do believe, is greater than that of the normal one.
For sure, Arka. And we just talk about like this. We have experienced some early collisions and the skirmishes as well in the previous matches of Miramar, as what we have seen so far, isn't it? So, like for the past couple of days, in every map, every other map, we have seen one or the other teams taking the early collisions, losing players, and which actually costs them a lot in the late game.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, and look at where ESCN I'm going to be dropping off no team close by. Lab and Data, Impala, let it be Los Leones. They can make all these places their home. But the first circle forming up, I strongly feel that's going to be a greater challenge for all these teams out there. And the western side of the map, a small, splash of colors. And the chances of the first fight to take place is also, I feel, over there.
For sure, you see teams Seal out there. You see even OG Mizoram taking the drop around the areas of Montenuevo. And for them, if you just kind of see Sepoy Mutiny, I really don't think they will be interested in that area, because it seems like they are going towards those roads, and maybe collecting those vehicles is their top priority, and which is quite evident, right? If you kind of have the drop over the areas of Valle del Mar or Minas del Valle, the vehicle collection plays a very important part. But for Team Seal, they're also not taking the drop. They're just here to collect the vehicles and then rotate towards their drop location. But as the circle is already formed, Arca, it again favors the eastern side.
Oh, yes. And who's at the center of that circle yet again? It's going to be Team Psych. A perfect call from them. But, we'll be looking forward for some really good action in the latter stages. I can tell that already, because no fights are taking place, especially in the map of Miramar. If there is no early skirmish, it's like the calm before the storm.
I really expect in the mid phase we will be having a lot of fights, because majority of the teams, they have taken a drop in the western hemisphere of this entire map of Miramar. And when you just talk about in the eastern side, there are hardly 2 or 3 teams that we have seen, isn't it, Arca?
Yeah, but I really like the way the games are going today. No, I have nothing to complain, to be frank.
Yeah. It kind of sums it up, isn't it? So, like, the way we have seen all the actions and the final fights being so much interesting, because we haven't, I would say, got any dead phase or something in which we can just talk about, the actions are not happening every either of the times we have seen either of the teams fighting, or maybe trying to contest, taking the shots during the rotation. And today has been something interesting. Even for Group 7, all the 3 matches were really, really exciting, to be honest.
Oh, yes. And there were only few teams who grabbed that opportunity by the throat, right? And it's good to see that, the overall standing is going to look much, much different, with the registered or probably the T1 teams, not having such a great time in comparison to that of the undergods. But, Team Psych, again, coming back to them, going to that Campo Militar region, when they've scouted their way from Al Azhar, so they know that nobody's going to be coming to, restrict them from this corner. But was it necessary for this team to go all the way to Campo Militar?
It might be something like, this is our drop location. We know about it very nicely. So it's something that they want to look forward and not to play, or like kind of go away from their plan, is what I think they are up to. Because when you have your own drop location set, you have your rotations planned, you might have got the circle advantage, but still, why would you take a risk? And if you have a performance like Team Psych, you finished in the 2nd spot, you are still hungry for the chicken, because it slipped away from your hand.
I mean, just imagine now, right? I'll put a scenario in front of you guys, so even the chat can get involved with us. What if Team Psych, goes into the Campo Militar region, and there's another team who's come up to the Al Azhar region, and the circle shifts down, and they're going to be restricted at that point of time? What if that scenario takes place?
Well, if that kind of scenario happens, then I would say it's a little unfortunate. But I mean, you still have got Ace Black, right? He reads the entire game very well, so he might have got some other plans to just counter it down or something like that. But I want to have your take on ESCN once again, Arca. I mean, they have done pretty good job, specifically that one player.
Oh, yes. I really like the composition of the team as well, where Ani and Goku, they come in from the side of Spy previously. They've been playing together, so they know that synergy is not going to bother them. Then we have Tak coming in from the side of 4HM. We have Kakarot, who's been there in team IND from a long time. So they all have experience under different lineups, and since they've all coming together, and they're doing a great job, if you ask me, when it comes to synergy, when it comes to understanding each other's gameplay, allowing the right person to be staying alive until the final moments of the game. So I do believe that ESCN is a better composed team in comparison to anyone out there, right after that of Team Psych.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with it because, I mean, they've worked hard and that kind of thing. It's completely they have showcased in the previous match itself. I mean, a team who is not known by many people or for the audience coming up and getting 11 solo finishes, also keeping clinching away that chicken dinner from the hands of Team Psyche. It's not an easy job. But on the another end, we've got other teams, Volcanic Esports on our screen, haven't got a brilliant performance in the first week, just 8 points in total. In the first match itself, I didn't see a lot of presence coming up from their side. So, yeah, they will be looking forward to at least come up with some decent performance or back up a little bit more points for themselves in the last 2 games that they will play in the grind.
And that's going to decide the fate of many, right? It might be just 2 games, but you need to give your 100%. You need to make sure that you get the best of the result no matter what happens in the game. But as of now, a circle like this, it gives a lot of time. Gives a lot of time for teams to, do the perfect farming and also choose where to stay inside the circle. TSG is one of those teams who have a lot of potential, don't you think?
Yeah, I really thought about it that TSG can be that one team who might just come up on the top, maybe bag up some chicken dinners today as well, but it didn't went the way I wanted. I mean, today I think my predictions that I was taking for the couple of 1 or 2, 3 days, it's not working today. The teams I predicted isn't performing, so I just want to keep it shut, but I really hope that TSG can bounce back with some good points for themselves as they have got a good roster. Minato, Illusion, Nikhil, and Krish. I do have high expectations from them.
Oh yes. Then comes the BURNX officials. A good team who have showcased their talent in the previous, officials as well. It's not like they don't have that firepower, but a little bit of changes shows that, they're not able to place themselves. The previous week performance, 0 possession points. And this time around, I can see that, they're trying to play it a little safe so that they can unleash themselves in the latter stages of the game.
When you have a big logo on your chest, it also comes up with a legacy. I mean, BURNX is not just a team formed a year ago or 2. They have been there from when the game started. And that brings up so many things, right? When you have got a big responsibility on your shoulder that you need to carry forward that legacy in every tournament that you step into. Because in the community, you are known. That's a name, that's a tag that is known by almost everybody in the esports community. And that is also some kind of pressure that I believe it's going to carry forward for BURNX. But for now, on the screen, we've got the other teams in the question that they were looking forward to. Team Elite in front of them. It's going to be CS Esports.
Oh yes. CS. One of the other teams who had a really good run when it comes to the map of Erangel. It's just that the circle didn't favor them. But every single fight they took, they made sure that they came out successful. Fragger has to be one of those players we need to watch out for. Because if he gets going, then he can pick up more than 5 finishes easily in a game.
He has that capability, isn't it, Soarka? We have seen it multiple times. CS Esports in the domestic leagues, they have been performing pretty well. When you talk about the entire lineup, I mean, Leo has been one of the most experienced players out of all of them that includes in the lineup. He's been a part of 8-bit. He has played a lot of officials, the BGIS, the BMPS LAN he has played, 2 big LANs that they have played. So now it comes down to what you can provide for this team in the stage, because again, you are starting from the scratch.
True. And it all comes down to the textbook basics as well. You need to make sure that you do not lose yourself in that pressured situation. And look at this, Aryan doing it perfectly. It's going to be very hard for you to maintain that recoil, and that's why you're going to rely on those small bursts and expect it to, somehow connect to the helmet of the opponent so that he gets knocked out.
Overall, this map of Miramar has been very silent, isn't it, Swarka? Compared to what
Yeah.
we saw in the past 2 to 3 Miramars, maybe yesterday as well as in today's first match, it's stage 2 and not a single player has been put down. Not even a knockout. But oh, just as I spoke about it, there comes the first knock of this game.
And I don't think so it's going to get converted that easily. The distance between these teams are way too high. As I keep saying, in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away.
That kind of thing still sums it up, and UNSB, again, having that kind of situation where you know that you need to step in, you need to find a lot more finishes as well. Apo has lost his helmets and he needs a new one.
Oh, yes.
Because if you don't play with a helmet, even one Win 94 shot is enough to take you down. I mean, I'm not judging it right there. It can still explode your level 1 helmet, but still. We've seen some Win 94 actions recently, isn't it so?
Oh, yes. We have not just seen one or two, we have seen several in the grind. And that's one of the go-to guns, if you ask me, for the initial phases of the game. If that is all you have, and you can surely go for it. And Manya showed us how well you can execute on the knock. You can execute a knock and a finish using the Winchester.
I kind of miss those sniper actions, isn't it? So, like, it has been that from the starting era or the starting meta that we used to see snipers like Kar98, M24, and that craze for that AWM. I think it's still there, but once again, people have learned to go and not to just stand still and take those sprays or just wait for the players. Now, all those movements, those, as we see in the promo, the jiggle wiggle movements, everything coming into the question. It has eradicated the meta of snipers, and it's very tough sometimes to connect and complete headshot. And again, as it's a one bullet damage, you have to ensure that you get the shot correctly. Otherwise, your position is completely compromised.
I mean, that's the whole scene, right? If you just take one shot and it doesn't connect, you're not only putting yourself in danger, but you're putting your whole squad in danger. Until and unless you're the final player, you've got a very good position, a very good high ground where nobody can take shots at you, but you have that bird's eye view of knock players in front of you. That kind of a scenario is rarely found in this game, especially in the competitive level. And that's why we have not seen many. Hey, but we can expect changes, man, because many guns are getting nerfed and buffed, and so we'll be able to see some changes in the near future.
I just wish I can get back that AWM meta and I can just lift it once again. I mean, in the classic maps, there's nobody who's snatching away that sniper from me. Even my teammates, when they just take the 8x and they just, kind of want to negotiate that I've got the 8x, you've got the sniper, now just hand it over to me. I just like to nade them away, and I want to see them beg, just give me the revival, I'm going to give you the scope. That's the policy I go with.
If not, I know what you're going to do with your teammates. and that smile on your face, that shows how mischievous a person can be if no scope and you have a sniper. A lot of those people watching are going to connect with this, right? And either they would have been the victim of that situation, but as of now, we can see one player has been the greatest victim of a team who's going to be rushing in towards him. 4HM frozen. He's going to be rushed at by the Wolves themselves. Gladiator Esports registered their first finish, and probably this is going to be the first finish of the map itself.
This is not a great start for 4HM, but Gladiators will be pretty happy. 4HM, they're in a split for now. You can get to see Krishna Jord is there, places around those petrol pump areas, but Gladiators being confined. It's going to be tough, but Vicky, he gets taken down, and it's OG Mizoram coming into the play. Originals Mizoram coming into the question is definitely going to be something that will annoy 4HM for sure.
Oh, yes. And it's not just anybody, it's Riversex himself. That man has got some crazy crosshair. He's also got some crazy, gameplay. But here it is. Krishna, he does do the damage, but eventually has to pay a very hefty price because Jackson's grenade has put down more than one player, including their own teammate. And this is a great opportunity for a third party to appear. And I don't think so that's going to be happening anytime soon.
They might have got the information that, there is one player knocked out, but once again, 4HM will be having second thoughts because they've lost Vicky. So the one player who is remaining is going to be Blaze in that petrol pump. But Originals Mizoram, a team who couldn't get a lot of chicken in, couldn't get the chicken and not a lot of finishes in the previous match, will be looking forward to grab this time. They have got the information that there is a team holding, and for sure they will like to evade or maybe get those finishes in their favor. But you talk about, it's Reverse who got that one finish for themselves.
Now let's see what's going to be the next move of this team, because the circle is way far away from them, right? They have a long journey up ahead in front of them, but since it's just stage 3, they're not at all bothered about the damage they're going to receive from the blue. And look at this. Look at the way they're converging against this team from different angles. And the person up front is obviously going to be Riversex. And this is what I keep speaking about. This man is ruthless when it comes to those close range battles and also the mid-range ones.
I have seen him going and increasing his gameplay, the skills that he has. He's evolved from what he was in the past, but right now, Originals Mizoram, that's some hefty entry that you wouldn't like. Completely jumping off that buggy onto that one player's head was definitely what not Gladiators would have expected. But bagging up 3 finishes is what an ideal start looks like for Original Mizoram. Riversex bagging up 2 for himself. And now they have to start their rotation as Gladiators, the 2 remaining players, have already reached the corners of the circle and will be trying to hold them off or maybe go for a gatekeep. But oh my god, UNSB, they were keeping them in a check.
Now this is what happens for late rotators in stage 3, especially in the map of Miramar. These open fields are gonna give them so much trouble. And Riversex, what are they gonna do next? It looks like they're hungry for some more finishes, and if they find a solo player here and there, they're just gonna pounce upon them. And hopefully we'll be able to see some more skirmishes in the early stages of this stage 4, which is gonna be forming up in just 4 seconds from now.
It's going to be interesting to watch how UNSB reacts because they have got a lot of information about all the teams trying to enter the circle, but Originals Mizoram, now they have got a big problem. It's Team TSG, SUPARI gang, how will they allow this entry to happen? Because Originals Mizoram, this seems to be going a little one step ahead.
My goodness!
No way, gets a double down there. Christian Illusion being taken down and out. Originals Mizoram, this is what they anticipated. Reverse is doing a fabulous job for his team.
But he gets taken down from the back lines, and it's not the way they wanted things to, take place. And I do believe that now it becomes a little bit of a pressured situation. Yes, they can confirm this 2 finishes, which is lying in front of them. But I don't think so it's going to be easy for them. But there it is. Viper comes in to rescue for his teammates. But Minato, from a distance, he wants to be that spoil spot. He wants to make sure that it's becoming much more tougher. But both these teams, they're resilient.
A lot of smokes have been invested already, and now Viper has to go in. A lot of shots being taken, and that is the main problem. It's Team Elite who is creating a lot more pressure from over the hills. But now, as they have to enter the circle, they will also be looking forward to leave Originals Mizoram where they are. But Minato, he can be that one pain that they want to forget. But if he doesn't want to be that, I guess Minato would be the party spoiler for the side of Originals Mizoram because of what they have done to his team. But if anyhow they can spot him down before he can, they can bag up another finish for themselves.
And I strongly believe that's possible if you ask me. Because it's a solo man, you have 4 men standing, all you have to do is just rush in towards the buggy is hiding behind. and then it becomes much more easier. But OG Mizoram, they're playing it a little bit clever. They do not want to be a part of this fight, as it's going to delay their rotation, and now they're taking a route right into the circle. But do they have space inside the circle? Look at that, 15 teams still alive in that open fields of truck shop, and this is a newly added location in this map, and it's going to be a very different fight which we're going to witness in the next few minutes.
Oh, for sure. But looking to this position where BOTxESPORTS is holding, they've got Team PSYCHE exactly over their heads. And now if they want to gatekeep them, they're not in the ideal spot to actually do it. Because Team PSYCHE, they're definitely getting the entry. And that altitude advantage will create a lot of hindrances for BOTxESPORTS to survive at this spot. But looking to only different scenario, CS Esports once again might be crushing the dreams of Originals Mizoram Rivers. He might be able to do it, but no, it's not. 2 consecutive matches, but the results remain the same as CS Esports. They completely trashed the dreams of getting a big game for Originals Mizoram right now.
I mean, it's a more composed team if you ask me. CS, they've done a great job to welcome them with a pour of bullets. They were ready for it, I believe. Because yes, the corner of the circle they were holding, all they have to do is clear off one team, and since they've done it now, it's a cakewalk for them inside of that circle. Whereas on the other side, now Team PSYCHE will have to fight another team in the name of UNSB to get the control of the northern western side of the small circle, and from then on look forward for that chicken dinner.
That being said, at this moment, Team PSYCHE, they just might having a doubt that there is a player just hiding behind, but Mr. Spray gets taken down by BURNX. They are coming into the equation that this is bad. They're into the radars of Team BURNX right now. And one after another, if the players are starting to get knocked out and the revivals are not being done on time, BURNX can just be that one demonic monster who can just trash the dreams of Team PSYCHE right here, right now.
I guess that's their ideology, and that's why they're trying to rotate around to make it inside of the circle, try to get a gatekeeping scenario. But SEPOY, MUTINY, they are the team who are closest to them right now, and probably they'll look forward to pick them up as quickly as possible.
Look at the circle, Arca. Southwestern corner. Again, ESCN having that compound advantage. They are taking 2 different fights at the very same time. One on Volcanic Esports. On the other side, you get Hyper Legends. Now, this is something that they need to take care of. Even 2 of the players are knocked out. Kakarot's nade was so close. But if you talk about Hyper Legends, they're not initiating. They're not even trying to go up close and take the battle. But ESCN Honey, he might have some different intentions right now.
Out right, when you know that it's a mid-range battle, you still can use your vehicles to gain information, and that's what he's done for the team. Now he knows the location of all the other players, whereas CS Esports on the other side, they might be tasting their own medicine, and this time around it's going to be Hyper who's going to be the doctors to feed them.
If the nades are starting to come on point, it's going to be very troubling for them. 3 of the players completely stacked in a single point. 2 to 3 nades should be enough, but Aryan, he never expected in his imagination for something like that to come in his way. But Hyper Legends, they need to get the revivals done, but this nade will do the damage. Newbie goes down. That's the opening that they were seeking for, but it's not just one, but gets a second. Might be going for the third, but Ohm's HP has been dropped down drastically. He needs to heal as well.
But there comes the backup Teju. At the right time, he understands that, he needs to give space for his teammates to get that revival. A grenade is going to be tossed in. The splash radius is not going to do much. Maximus now has a great opportunity. All he'll have to do is land one grenade in their pockets. And it seems like he was very close to it.
If that made the connection, Arca, things would have been different. But it's still not kind of confirmed whether the players have been finished off or not. But Maximus, one good nade can entirely wipe out the squad of CS. Saurav and Sarthak both are surviving. The shots being taken. They want to go for the vehicle explosion. Not a lot of ammunition on Maximus for sure. But Hyper has to make the room. Gets one of the players, Sarthak, taken down. And this is the great green signal that Hyper Legends can ever get against CS.
Oh, Aryan, he needs to be careful because he's the center of attraction for all these things. He understands that there's no shotgun, immediately jiggles and makes sure that he puts that final nail in the coffin. Hyper 6 finishes and nobody to backstab them. Now got one corner of the circle under their control. But how well can they execute from here on is going to be the bigger question.
Even Team Psych has been taken down, but that doesn't matter. BORNX needs are making some brilliant connections. UNSB, they're down to the last player, it seems. It's gonna be tough. That too outside of the circle, his position is revealed. BORNX won't just let it slip away. 4 of the players standing tall. They would be looking forward to get all those finishes in their pocket, but for now, BORNX is still keeping in a read. One last player of UNSB tries to backstab or maybe get at least one of the players down. That can make a big impact on BORNX.
All of a sudden, there's only one team inside of the circle in the name of HyperX. Hyper Legends has, now it's important for them to hold that position. ESCN, they've decided that it's important for them to clear off a squad and they concentrate on Hyper. And they've registered a knockout or trade on either sides, and BURNX are going to take advantage of this. Probably they're going to join hands with ESCN to finish them off. But TE from the eastern end of things, they're just going to watch everything happen and probably replicate what ESCN did in the previous game.
If that happens, I'm gonna again jump out of the seat for sure, Arka. For Team Elite, they have to do something, but B's position has been revealed. Cheyenne, the mighty man who just clinched the victory in the previous map of Erangel, will be looking forward to just to replicate that same in this map of Miramar as well. But Maxim is getting taken down. ESCN, they even have a read of Team Elite right now.
No divided attention. It's not a thing which you need in the final circles. You need to be careful as how you're going to be stepping into the circle. There are a lot of dunes in front of them, right? So they can take it as a cover if given an opportunity. But it seems like every corner they're striking, they're getting one knock or the other.
Wow. Just look at the sprays that they're connecting, but Hyper, there's literally no room that they can do. ESCN completely wipes them off. It's all between BURNX and ESCN right now. This might be the second chicken dinner that they're looking forward. Taurus goes all up close. He's the solo man surviving, but no, that doesn't like long. But now it's all ESCN that bags up the chicken dinner.
And a big one if you ask me. Yet another chicken dinner with highest number of finishes in comparison to the other teams they had in this lobby. And as far as what I read around 10 plus finishes coming their way. The previous one they had a 20-pointer, and here yet again they're going to be carrying home another 20-pointer. 2 games, almost 40 points, and that arises another question. Can they pull off a 100-pointer?
Oh, that's gonna be a big question. Already 2 chicken dinners in the bag. They might be that one contenders, but once again, Arka, I don't think we should talk about this 100 or century, because all the times we talked about the teams bagging it up, it didn't happen. So let them play what they're doing right now, and just hope that in the map of Sanhok they can just get their hat-trick chicken dinners. Maybe not.
Hopefully, because they're playing like a serious pack of wolves, right? They're actually making sure that every corner they come in from, they're keeping that textbook basics clear, and all 4 players are firing in all cylinders, and that's the most important thing. They know that Sarthak needs to stay alive, right? And every single time he's going to be the center, and the other 4 players are going to just guard him for the longest time possible. And when given the time, he's going to be accessing that small window which is given to him to pick up all those finishes out there. And I do believe that such kind of a gameplay is required from all the other teams out there.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody who's watching right now and probably playing the in-game qualifiers wants to be a part of BGIS 2024. They're definitely looking forward to these kind of matches, and what ESCN are doing, I really believe all the underdog players or the aspiring esports athletes, those who want to come into this BGMI esports scenario, should take an example from these 4 players, from these 4 lads, because the way they have built up the synergy, the way they have performed in the consecutive 2 matches is what a big example that they're setting up.
And also, it's time for us to speak about the other teams as well, right? Hyper, legends. The way they also fought their way into the circle was phenomenal. They were restricted 2-3 times, but still, they cleared off their backlines. They understood which are the teams to challenge as they go inside. And I do believe that we can expect them to be in the top three yet again in the next maps to come.
Yeah, for sure. And once again, I really believe I want to talk about Team Psych because I really thought
Yeah.
they might be making it up to the top three, but they got taken down during the circle entry that they were doing during the mid rotations. But
Yeah.
I didn't actually thought about that they will be caught off guard like that. But quickly jumping onto the MVP, I again think it might be Cyan once again from ESCN. But let's just see who is it. I guess it's this time it's Honey.
Oh yes, you can't expect only one player to do the job every single time, right? But this time around, Honey was like, you know what, this game is my game. I'm gonna make sure that I make a statement, and he has done a decent one. 5 finishes, 9% map impact, with a finish contribution of 38%.
Yeah, that was something like we expected. And as a team, like last time, there were no players to, kind of take the stand and bag up that chicken dinner except Cheyenne. And this time, you have got other players. 4 of the players were remaining, and they did a job brilliantly. When you talk about the top performers again, you will see some more players from ESC, and definitely that's going to be Cheyenne having 4 finishes this time, alongside Reverse from original Mizoram, as well as Sepoy Mutiny's Mickey. Then comes ESC and Goku as well. So 3 players from ESC, and that justifies that this was a dominating performance by these lads.
Agreed. But again, we can't forget the love story which is starting to build between the side of OGs and as well as CS Esports, right? Every time
Yeah.
Mizoram
Oh
are
my
trying to
God.
make it into the circle, there's only one team who's trying to restrict them. And hopefully in the final map, a revenge can be taken, and for which the fans need to give them that energy.
I mean, for the Mizoram fans, I mean, they are supporting every team who is coming into play, isn't it? So let be like in the previous day, in all the days, we are seeing a lot of support. But quickly talking about the point standings, it's ESCN, ladies and gentlemen, being on 23 total points, bagging up to actually 23 total points from this single match, and 2 consecutive big matches will definitely lead them. Already, how much? Like 40 plus points they have already got, isn't it, Suarka?
Yeah, 37 in the previous one. I mean, in the last week. And this yet again, they've replicated another 23. So 25, 23 almost comes up to a 50, and a 40 in the previous week, almost hitting that 85 to 90 pointer.
Oh, now we're just manifesting that 100 point, isn't it? So, but BURNX officials getting 15, having 9 total finishes, followed by Hyper Legends with 7, in total of 12 points that they have got from this match. Might just help them to be a little bit more confident in the next map of Sanhok. But Team Elite, they had a good run, not a lot of finishes, but for sure those 6 points might just give them a little bit boost. Same for Gladiators Esports as well.
The second page is where the disappointments are going to be coming on our screens. But I do believe that it's not an easy lobby when you have players playing like this, right? UNSB was expecting a little bit of a better result, and obviously Team Psych. This is what I was speaking about. If they had held on to that lateral error region and probably then pushed down a little bit earlier, the story would have been so much different for this team. But VOLCANIC Esports, they need to pick up and make sure that they can play much more better. Spy Elite, not a great start for them as well. The Supari gang, 4 Horsemen, Team Seal, these are one of the few teams where we expected them to do much, much better. But if I'm doing the math right, my friend, I strongly feel that 85 points is where Team ESCN is standing, and they'll need just 15 points to hit that 100 marker. And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for that.
I mean, I'm not gonna go for any competition in the mats. I'm not that quite strong, same as Salty. But if you're saying so, 15 points again, I am in a kind of doubtful position whether they're gonna do it or not. Because again, the map of Sanhok is something that you don't anticipate. But once again, talking about it, I really think that if it happens, this would be like they might be creating a record of reaching that 100 point marker. The first team
Yeah.
to reach the 100 points for sure. But talking about this 100 points, all the players those who are still want to be a part of BGS 2024, the main stage, make sure to complete all your in-game qualifier matches by tonight 11:59 p.m. because after that you won't be able to do it. You get your 4 main players, not any substitute player. Play on any map that you want, Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, Sanok, but not on any event mode because that won't be counted.
Now, hopefully, we'll be able to see you guys in the round one of BGIS, where we'll be waiting to cast your games as well. But yes, it all comes down to what is going to be the final result, or how teams are going to bounce back in the final map itself. But before that, Necros, you know the game of BGMI, right? We have been able to see
Yeah.
that few players are able to master that close range battle, obviously because of that jiggle they have. And this promo is going to prove to you why you can be a pro because of that jiggle wiggle. You can practice and probably dominate.
रुक रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे, कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे.
No snacks.
Well,
That one man.
yeah.
No, I can never forget the first time he jiggled in a tournament and I went bonkers. I was like, what? What? You can do that in this game? And it's a good one.
I mean, I still remember those days when Snacks used to upload all those training drills about how to do
Yeah.
jiggle, how you can control your hip fire, and I really believe all the kind of players that are playing in today's games have kind of learned from him. He's the one taking that initiative, but once again, it all comes down to that grassroots level that we talk about. But finally, the last and the final match of Sandhawk, it's going to be for Group 8 as well as for the entire week number 3. This will be the last match as we speak. But Arka, thanks for joining us, and I'm gonna just wait for you to again join me on the desk sometime later. But I'm gonna bring back my main man Salty for the final match.
Yo, thank you for that warm welcome, Necros. It was really fantastic. Team ESCN. These players, they certainly are dominating at this point. They are absolutely rolling the dice when it actually comes to dominating the competition, dominating the lobby, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And just like Arka said, they're possibly closing in on that 100-point mark because even in the first phase of the grind, they were fantastic. But is it going to be a hat trick? Is it going to be 3 out of 3 for ESC? And of course, the question does remain, or is it going to be Hyper Legends who have come in close on both these occasions and finally have an opportunity? We're going to find that out on the map of Sanok.
For sure, Salty, but also I have some concerns. That kind of relationship factor that's going on with Originals, Mizoram, and CS that Arka, mentioned just a few moments
jiggling.
ago. Oh my god, you can just imagine, right? Both of the teams in just 2 consecutive matches, that too in the same moment. When OG Mizoram, they're just trying to take an entry inside the circle, CS be like, nope, you're not getting in. Just like, you are late for this entry and now you won't get any access to this location anymore.
Absolutely. Yes, this is what typical gatekeeping is, right? But, all that's done in the past is done and dusted. And I really, really want that certain teams who couldn't really perform, be it CS Esports, be it OG Mizoram as well, they make a comeback. They do something on the map of Sanok, which has not been seen so far. We know the circle of Sanok has been troublesome for all these players, to be honest. Sometimes in those junction territories, today the first circle went very north towards Cow. So I'm expecting some blockbuster, and it is going to be definitely crazy. But so far in this group, we've seen one-sided domination. I was expecting to see certain teams come up strong. For example, Gladiator Esports. What do you think is going wrong with them?
Yes, again, that experience factor might be kicking in, but at least they did something decent in this very map of Miramar. I really expected them to just do a little bit more, but I think this is the positive start that they will be looking forward to. Yes, not having a great start in the first week, but at least some decent performance in the end might just boost their kind of motivation that they want. But overall, when you talk about, even BURNX stepped up pretty big. This time they got some good points for themselves, which is very crucial for them in the overall standings, which might just help them even to make the qualification possible in the top 64.
For BURNX official, I think a big chicken dinner is required, Necros. I think if they do bag a big chicken dinner with a lot of finishes, do something which Team ESCN did so far, then I think there is a door opening. The silver lining is there, but I'm not really sure if the silver lining will actually turn towards bright sunlight, or is it going to be cloudy and rain on the tropical rainforest once again. Because for BURNX officials, I think there's been problems for them. They've faced problems. It was a decent comeback, but it's not enough, like I said. Still, I believe they are trailing by 15 to 20 points if they want to secure their qualification. But as of now, we can only theory craft. We can only try and predict who's going to win. But on the map of Sanhok, I think all of that goes out the window. Team ESCN will have massive momentum behind them. Hyper Legends, I believe, they've done good job so far in rotating inside the final circles. It's those final fights where I believe they are missing some sort of a coordination, Necros.
Yeah, for sure. I really believe. I mean, you talk about Hyper Legends, the way they completely cleared off CS in the previous match from that position. I really thought that
Yep.
they've got the momentum, and they might have got a good place to even come up front and take the head-on battles, but they never expected to ESCN to kind of make the backstabs possible. They might have got any angles, because it was a kind of sandwich situation that they were stuck in. From one end it was BURNX, from another it was ESCN, and they were just a patty between two burgers, I would just want to say. But overall, it's a kind of situation that they don't want to be in another time in the map of Sanhok. But once again, I think the bounty on the heads of ESCN will be pretty high.
The bounty on ESCN's head will be pretty high, but Necros, I think the hunger levels on you is pretty high as well. You're talking about burgers on the show. Somebody give this man a burger. Somebody give him something to eat. This man is certainly hungry, and I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be hungry as well, because majority of the chicken in as well, that's in ESCN's plate. I mean, I wanted others to eat as well. I thought that Hyper Legends are also going to have a feast, and we predicted that. We thought the Team Psych is also going to do good, but surprisingly, Team Psych have been stopped at every single time. But it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, we are a little late to the party. Only 10 seconds on the clock. I'm going to start jiggling once again, because the matches are extremely entertaining and I just can't stop this entertainment. Let's just go straight into the map of Sanhok and find out who's going to back the final chicken dinner of the day. The map of Sanhok is live and we're back up in the air, Necros.
For sure, Solly. And as we mentioned, both of the games, the chicken dinner was done by ESCN, and the other 15 teams were just left to eat the vegetable spot. But now it's a tropical map once again. If you don't perform, there are lots of greeneries that you can just feed yourself onto. But the flight path seems it starts from the ears of Cow and ends in the ears of Sami. So again, a western side oriented flight path that doesn't raises any concern, because all the teams will kind of happily reach their drop locations.
Definitely quite happily reach their drop locations. But as of now, what is that cluster forming at the Khao Tatmok region? We've got Team BOTxESPORTS and Team Psych. And right at the get-go, we have a duel. And it seems it's been won by Carry 20. And, oh my
Oh
goodness.
my.
Just off the get-go, this man lands it. He has a helmet. He just picked up the vest right now. He did not have anything. Just ran in with that S12K and shut his opposition down. Now look at this. Team Psych, they want to come and chime in. The rest of the players, they're like, we want a piece of the pie. But Team BOTx, we need resistance. And I think Team BOTx, they have delivered.
Oh my god, I just want to say one thing. That Sai are done. Team Sai just wants to go for finishes, but Abhi, he has got a 1v2 situations coming exactly in front of him. It's Mr. Spray, Striker, two of the big assaulters stepping up front. They've been the valuable players in the first week for their team. Now this is a time Abhi's position is literally not quite known, but Ace Black gets taken down. This is a chance. If Abhi can take down at least another player with himself, it can bring up the momentum as Carry also falls down. Team Psych, they're on the verge of elimination.
They certainly are on the verge of elimination. BOTx, they've done a good job in shutting down the ambush that is coming in. But look at that. Abhi just slaps one right onto the face. Striker, beautiful in his position. The shotgun singing the songs of death as of now. And Team BOTx, they've been held back. They've been pushed back as of now. Sharingan, he has a nice little visual but I don't really think he can capitalize on it. Team Psych deciding to fall back.
They have to do something. They can't just wait like that. You have lost at least two of your players, and both of them were crucial. One is an IGL. But again, when it comes down to BOTx, I really believe that Sharingan can unlock his eyes and can just analyze the situation pretty properly. Because that's quite important for BOTx to do. They've lost two of their players, and again, if they can get two more, they will be pretty happy with what the start they have. But Team Psych, they also have to be careful because you can see UNSB, they are in the surroundings and they will definitely get those sound cues.
They certainly will get the sound cues, and they can read the finish feed as well. So they're just waiting in the backlines, thinking for their chance, waiting for it when it's gonna come, and when they get it, they're gonna strike. I sound like who's that character from Harry Potter who's always serious?
Professor Snape?
Yeah. Do I sound like?
Oh, yeah, I got it right.
I had to sound a little devilish because UNSB, they're also doing something devilish over there. But on towards SPY now, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team CS and we've got Team SPY. Well, Skylar just being the spy that he's supposed to be. Right underneath the window, just trying to sneak in. If you're outside anybody's window, don't sneak in. But when you're in the battlegrounds, everything is fair, ladies and gentlemen. And as of now, Skylar, he's just waiting. He does have the DBS on himself. 14/44, a lot of bullets. Can possibly finish off an entire army, but Team CS, they will have to make mistakes, and they certainly are very prompt to making one. Leo White, look at that. Out in the open, takes in a lot of shots. Now he will be forced to go down on his knees. Skylar, he managed to strike.
That's why you need to keep your ears and the eyes open all the time. But Leo didn't anticipate that kind of situation. But it seems like SPY lead. This is the moment. This is the chance that they can capitalize and completely eradicate CS Esports from this match. But Skylar's constantly changing his position. Even gave the green signal for his teammates that, you know, you can come in to come onto this side and maybe you can engage with the in the fight with me.
Team CS Esports, 1 man down, 3 men up. They know what Team SPY Elite is waiting to do. But as of now, it seems like they don't really have any answers to the questions that have been asked so far. Nooby knows exactly that 1 man is in the closed lines, but in order to try and take him down, the rest of the force is going to take shots at them. And I like the angles that are created so far already. Varun just holding right behind Skylar. Beast and Frost OP on the flank angles as well. And Team CS, they are completely alien to the fact that there are progressions being made already.
Nui's position is something that I really don't think SPY Elite, they might have a good read about it. But on to the other side is Team Elite coming into the question. 4HM, they wants to just retaliate like that and gets a double down.
Nice.
Frozen might be taken down, but Vicky was there to retaliate. Maverick coming from behind. That's going to be crucial. 4HM have lost 1, but they can't afford to lose another one. But Vicky has to take a read of 2 of the players. Maverick is just trying to provide the support, but the nades coming in can be troubling for 4HM.
Yeah, it certainly can be. They're not galloping. They're limping right now. Their horses, they have been taken down. Team Elite, beautiful way in terms of executing. But now Jimmy out in the open goes in for a very risky move and he actually cleans up 4 horsemen. We expected this. The gallop has been stopped, but from the distance, it's been Team Hyper. Hyper Legends. Ohm, in fact, with that 6x M416, it's always a laser beam and Jimmy has been taken down because of it. Now Team Elite will have to fall back using the smokes.
Jimmy's revival is going to be very tough in that Salty. It would be a risky one if they want to go for it. That same risk also stays with CS Esports. They want to go a little bit aggressive. They've got the picks that they require. But Beast's position, look at this cheeky corner that they're holding. But for now, you cannot have a read about Newbie, what he was up to. But right now, that being said, CS Esports retaliate and completely wipes them out. This is hilarious. Oh, my bad. They're still surviving. I really thought he might have got knocked down, but oh, Fragger, he is in some real tough deal right now.
Yeah, he definitely is. Team CS Esports. Somehow or the other, they know exactly where the players are. The information is being relayed, and this is insane stuff. Finally, Sarthak is back up alive. He had something to do, and that's why he went AFK. But as of now, it seems like Team CS Esports, they definitely are looking strong, and they have all the information in the world. Varun as well can't really do anything much. His comrades have been taken down on the other side. What can he potentially do?
Fallback is what I think should be a greater call, at least to survive and get some placement points for your team. Only one finish that Spy Elite has taken away from CS. They're one of their comrades for sure, but now everything lies. You know, Varun, he hasn't got any healings, not much of things in his arsenal. He's just got one first aid and one frag grenade that he just collected right now, but SEPOY Mutiny. You can see Isaac just being in the backyards of CS. He might be also looking for an opportunity if any of the players of CS just comes out in the open. He will be that one to just catch them off guard.
Possibly. Sepoy Mutiny. I don't see the Sepoy helping out Isaac. It's just that one guy, that one soldier who's always standing next to the battlegrounds. But as of now, the circle definitely has taken a sudden shift. And I would love to see the circle on the screen, because currently it seems like there are teams who will have to make a massive gamble. Do they go to the Camp Charlie Island, or do they stay on the mainland? Because the circle has been divided in two halves. On the other side, of course, you've got Team Psych. They're still holding up Cow, but what are they waiting for? What are they jiggling for? I understand it's a great movement. Even when you're not in the game, it's a great dance move as well, Necros. You saw me do that, right? It's a great dance move. Very enjoyable, but you know, when you are in the blue zone, try and get inside the safe zone as quickly as you possibly can. Don't jiggle around.
If I'm not wrong, Salty, I mean, they have taken on one of the players of UNSB, those who were in the close proximity. And so they might be suspecting, you know, there might be another player. One or two. It can be possible because they don't want to get surprised once again. When you talk about surprises, it seems like TSG, they might be facing some difficulties around Team Seal. And Wildo is quite close, though I don't think he will be coming up front. But Krish, after completing the revival, they need to just move away as far as possible.
Team Seal, like you said, the revivals are coming in. And the position that they're holding is cave, and Arca specifically loves this region. Of course, because there are vertical land masses which separate this cave area, and there might be some crazy heal battle scenes over here. But apart from that, on the map of Sanhok, no heal battles whatsoever. And I think that majority of the teams are already inside the circle, so we don't even have a possibility of one. But Team CS Esports, look at the way Newbie pre-fires at every single angle. Fragger also connecting the spray on top of Varun. CS Esports, they knew every single nooks and crannies, and Team Spy couldn't really do much. Look at that spotting. Excellent. But so far, one team that hasn't really been excellent has to be Team Seal. We had a lot of expectations from them so far, participated in the grind last season.
Oh.
And with that, Team Spy as well will be thrown out into the lobby. This wasn't really into the script. We thought the Team CS lost their advantage, but now they have reclaimed it all.
You will be kissing the stars, Salty. Look at the circle. Keeping Painan in the dead center. CS, they don't have to go for any rotations. They can just sit tight in the compounds and just cherish the finishes all around, because teams will be coming towards their direction. Let it be Sepoy Mutiny, let it be like Team Elite or maybe Hyper. A lot of teams, they will also anticipate, you know, we are in the central spot and Painan is a big place, at least to accommodate maybe 2 to 3 teams. But sometimes it might just get 4 as well. So it's a good chance. If they can just kind of deny the entry of the other teams, nothing can be fruitful for them. But Sharingan, He's just going for a way too wide rotation.
I mean, he has a Sharingan, right? He can see through it. He knows exactly what sort of rotation is required to get inside the circle. And I understand your point. He's overcomplicating it way too much. There's nobody inside the map apart from all the plethora of teams who are inside the circle. But as of now, we do have a new entrant in this fight. Painan is now captured by two teams, CS Esports as well as Hyper Legends. And now Hyper Legends from the backlines, I think, can cause problems for CS Esports, who are busy tackling the likes of BURNX official. Mind you, ESCN is also involved in the party as well. So once they hear the shots, I'm pretty sure ESCN will also look to join. But the sound of the music, it just stopped for a while.
As you talk about music, I really want to know one thing, Salty. Who's your favorite singer?
Oh, my favorite singer? That's a complicated question. My favorite singer? I don't have a singer, but I do have a band that I love, and that's Pink Floyd.
Oh, that's some real taste.
Yeah,
I like it.
Exotic. And so is the map. The map of Sanhok. It is exotic. I mean, we do have a little bit of a passive phase going on while the teams just scan out the rest of their oppositions. But as of now, it seems like BOTx... Wait, what? What is this use of the Sharingan? He had to find good territory, but now he just slammed into a place which has both Team CS and Hyper Legends. This is not the Sharingan which I ordered.
Oh, I really thought that Amaterasu might just work out at this moment, but no, CS is nope. We've got better ninjutsu with ourselves. So that's the end of BOTxESPORTS with 2 finishes in their bag, but that's the thing I was talking about. CS, they just have to deny every other team's entry. But I really didn't thought, after having such a wide rotation, after having such a safe rotation, why would you just come directly slamming onto this big compound area? That to Painan, which is the dead center of the circle.
Exactly. I was surprised. I was taken aback, but I hope that Sharingan had some plans. Man wanted to go
Malfunction?
No, not malfunction. See, Necros, the Sharingan is a living entity. It cannot malfunction, bro. But on the other side, I genuinely think that he had other plans, possibly just trying to, 1v4 the entire squad of Team CS Esports. He had high hopes, and we'll have to give credit for that. Did not really work out. That's a different story altogether. But as of now, the circle once again is shifting towards Painan. And it seems like Hyper Legends have suffered a knock, but I wonder from whom?
It is quite questionable. It might be BURNX. It doesn't seem like CS is interested, but yet they're in the close proximity. So yes, there might be chances that it's BURNX from a distance, from the upper ridges, as they're also taking some kind of shots on them. But this is a good space for Team PSYCHE, as we can see on the screen, isn't it? So they don't have any teams around them. VOLCANIC Esports is still a little bit afar, but OG Originals MIZORAM, they're again facing some consequences, but this time it's Gladiators allowed. He will be taken down by Fabian and instantly knock and finish. Gladiators faces that one casualty for themselves, but instantly decides to back off from this fight.
Like this approach from Originals MIZORAM. The way they got themselves a knock, the way they got themselves the finish as well. It was perfect, and now Gladiators, they're left to think, where do they go? They're still outside the circle and they're constantly being peppered. Look at this. OG MIZORAM do not want to leave the pressure hanging on Gladiators. And that will make a rotation inside the circle even more difficult. But on the other side, Team TSG as well, just trying to gatekeep the likes of UNSB. They have been forced outside the circle, but finally, there down goes Appu. And the finish has been stolen. No, Shine was the one who actually confirmed the finish. I almost thought it came to Nikhil.
Shine would have been very angry about it if that happened, but oh, Avenger, can he just survive from that? He just barely surviving, but onto the other side of the map, we see Gladiators struggling once again, and the Originals MIZORAM, they're a kind of team, if they initiate a fight, they will make sure that they end it as well. And look at the split that they're having. Only one finish for now in the map of Sanok. Now the target in their radius, it's going to be Gladiators. Those are also in a big split. 2 players in one direction. And Jackson is on another side.
Yeah, outside the circle. And so far, they do have Volcanic Esports in their sightlines, but Reverse, he knows another one of his player is getting knocked out, but the shots are coming in from multiple directions, and it's extremely hard for him to scan out the territory. He's got Gladiators, just like you mentioned, on his left-hand side in close proximity. He's also got BURNX as well. That just means that for him to make the entry inwards inside the circle, it's going to be extremely tough. And mind you, they're also battling a little bit of a high ground situation. The circle shifting towards the central regions. Hyper Legends slowly and steadily getting that advantage for themselves, Necros.
The entire team of BOTxESPORTS would be happy souls right now. They can just gatekeep so many teams if they want, until and unless there are 2 teams just trying to sandwich them out, because we see the players of Team Seal as well as Originals MIZORAM from both the ends. They might be facing some backlash, and that's the thing I was talking about. Player 3 goes up front. Taurus is all left alone. Tenji might just be there, but that nade of his teammate took down Player 3. Oh, that's some friendly fire coming in that you won't like it if you're Team Seal. But there's still 2 players alive. Taurus has been taken down. Denji has been taken down. Rishabh is the only player surviving from BURNX.
The lack of communication in Team Seal just being a massive advantage for BURNX official. A boon, to be exact. Rishabh the only one who is still standing. Clouds, of course, trying to amp up the aggression by lobbing as many nades as he possibly can. But is that going to be fruitful? On the other side, Team Seal, they definitely have resurrected from that mishap. And now they're 4-man strong. But this entire cluster at the south, there are 4 teams, 5 teams involved. And it's not going to be an easy task to stop it. Team ESCN taking the aggression to the face of Team Seal. And they're wiping the floor with it. Cloud's the only one who is still alive. Another nade being lobbed in. That knocks out Giant. The comedy of errors. And Kakarot has been taken down. Clouds. Team Seal. What have you done? Oh my god, ESCN. What a disaster.
The similar thing happened. Team Seal, they survived, but for ESCN, that's just a drastic exit. The 100-point marker that we desire, we dreamt of, or even ESCN dreamt of, have been crushed. And its Originals MIZORAM will be having a lot of sound cues, but the players of Team Seal, they're quite ready for it. They're ready to welcome all the players of Originals MIZORAM, but look at reverse movement. It's keeping it intact. Seal's player doesn't have a read. That's a surprise coming in front of you. Reverse goes down and out, and that's another finish added for Team Seal. This is the run. If they clear Originals MIZORAM right here, right now, the entire southern corridor will be under their control.
Yeah, I think it is already. Just one player from Originals MIZORAM still remains. And it seems like Team Seal aren't really going to bother about it. They want to go in for the rotation. In their vehicles already on a 2-2 split. And now Originals MIZORAM, they do manage to survive. It's a second shot at life. 2 players still alive, a little fresh. But they'll have to rush inside the circle. Out in the open, on foot. Might actually spot a Dragon MVP on the backlines as well. But here they come, and here they strike. They get revenge. 2 players knocked down from Team Seal. This is insane stuff. Team Seal, they left these players to live, and now they're coming in with the backstab. This is payback time for Originals MIZORAM.
Viper is going for the heel battle, but for sure, Team Seal has been eliminated with 5 finishes. Those 2 knockouts made a drastic impact, but for now, this compound, it's Hyper versus Team CS Esports. Alongside, it's gonna be SEPOY, Mutiny. Copper will be trying to stay in the covers, but Hyper, this is the moment of the lifetime. They have to push it. There's no other options for them. Already backed up 5 finishes. They might have lost one of their players, but this is the crucial time. Hyper, they can make it happen, but CS again can be that party spoiler for them. The circle stays in the favor of Team CS Esports, and this is the match that they're looking forward to bag it out.
This is the match. This is that one shot that CS Esports have at glory. Hashtag won in Grind 2023, almost on the verge of elimination in Grind 2024. But 13 finishes on board already, and they're looking for more, possibly making one last-ditch attempt to make it inside BGIS, the main event. Team Hyper Legends, of course, they are on a massive split. They've played 2 matches so far. They came so far, but yet could not really finish the job, and they are looking to do it this time around. Hochi Mizorams,
Oh,
the last player has been spotted, and his position has been marked, but Maximus could not get the finish. In fact, it was Aryan who actually finished him off. Team Hyper, they're on a roll right now. It's a 3v3 Necro, and it seems like we're in for a treat.
I'm quite sure, Salty, that they don't have a read. CS, they might have got 14 finishes in their bag. It's a 3v2 situation for now. But kind of the position you look about, CS, they are still inside the circle. Hyper, they are also in right now. They might have got some little bit of information about it. But both the positions, Maximus playing through the smoke, it's going to be crucial. Sarthak is cooking up a nade. This has to make one job. If the nade pops up in the right direction, they might have got a little bit of glimpse.
Wow.
And Orion, he barely survives with a pixel. SB Maximus is already down. He's dealing a lot of damage from that play zone. But the nade exchange might just happen. The Molotov isn't it on the right spot. But the healing that was given by Maximus to Aryan might just be a lifesaver. But how long is it going to last? Then, oh, it was just a stun. I thought it was a nade.
How is Team CS Esports able to pinpoint these locations? It's absolutely insane. The nades coming through are insane. And of course, Hyper Legends, they continue with their broken dreams and the broken hearts. But CS Esports, they're gonna come out strong with their heads held high. A chicken dinner to actually go about, a massive one to be exact, which might actually help them progress to the main event. And Necros, of course, what a game we have had. What a game at Painan. In fact, at Sandhawk.
Almost 26 points as what I anticipate, if my calculations are right for CS Esports. And yeah, this was a much needed one for them, for the team who have made a remark for like both the officials that happened last year, for the BGIS, for the BMPS. This is the time that they needed to shine up, and they did it. I really hope that they made it to this top 64, because you can look at the kind of domination they had in the map of Sanhok. It was not quite there in the map of Erangel, not maybe in the map of Miramar. 2 bad games, but finally a very decent end to the day.
More than decent, to be honest. A very good performance to end things up. I'm very happy for Hyper Legends as well. Very happy for Originals Mizoram. I hope that Originals Mizoram actually make the cut, because this team does have potential. You see the rotations, you see the way they are involving themselves in fights. Reverse, of course, that was not the best of moves, to be honest. He was always visible through the TPP, so it's extremely easy for the opposition to take him down. But barring that, I think Originals Mizoram, they've made very few errors. And I'm not a very big fan of the team who actually does a lot of flashy plays, but I'm a big fan of the team who makes few errors in a game like this, especially in back-to-back 3 matches at an official stage. And I think Original Mizoram, they've definitely impressed me a lot.
For sure. I mean, all the players, you talk about Fabian, you talk about Reverse. Yeah, that last movement was definitely, even I wanted to point out that, when you are having that kind of second thoughts, there might be one player just hiding behind that one rock or that cover. There should have been one, at least a nade or a stun or something like that to kind of flush him away from that position. That could have been one kind of call from Reverse. But overall, again, that one player still sticking till the end, finding some more points, some finishes for the team. That does make Originals Mizoram a strong team, and I really hope that we see them in the further stages of BGIS, because I really want to see these guys. Even I would say almost all the Mizoram teams, they have impressed. Evolution Mizoram, Originals Mizoram, all these teams, even RIP Mizo, such a dominating performance we are seeing from them. They're yet to play the last 3 matches, but I really hope they will also outshine.
Presence of mind as well. They were left behind to survive by the players of Team Seal. And as soon as they got back up, it was like payback time. And Team Seal did not even bother to check if they're even alive. That was a move and a half, to be honest. I did not expect Team Seal to kind of do such amateur mistakes, but what's done is done for Team Seal as well. The games weren't really going exactly their way. This match could have been much better had they not left stones turned, to be honest. The stones were unturned, and that's how the cookie crumbled for them. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, Team CS Esports, they have dominated everyone, and I think the MVP of the game will also be somebody from their ranks. What is your guess, Necros? Do you think it's going to be Newbie? I think it's going to be Newbie.
I also think it was gonna be Nubi, but I guess it's gonna be CS like Sarthak as well. If I'm not wrong, it might be because they have got plenty amount of finishes. But okay, it's gonna be Nubi with 8 finishes for sure, with total of 14% of map impact, even a 50% contribution. So that does mean the kind of impact CS had. Again, they will have to thank their stars because the entirety of the circle favored the areas of Pioneer where they took the drop.
Yeah, and of course, they did not really have any problems. Of course, initially against the players of Spy Elite, we thought that there was a chance where Spy Elite would destroy the likes of Team CS Esports, especially after that first knock and finish, but that did not really happen. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on towards the top performers of the day, we've got CS Newbie right at the table top, 8 finishes for him. We've got Salty Evo with 4 finishes, Jimmy with 4, Fragger OP with 4, and Sarthak with 4 finishes as well. Every single player could only manage 4 finishes, but then Newbie stands atop everyone and shows them who's the boss.
And the way CS played, I really believe that if they would have done it in the previous matches as well, they would have been in some better position for now. But overall, once again, it was a good game for Team Elite. I mean, in the map of Miramar, they also performed decently. And for Originals MIZORAM, once again, they did a good job in this map of Sanhok. But total of 26 points, ladies and gentlemen, that the CS Esports will be bagging out from this very match of Sanhok, followed by Hyper Legends. Consecutive 2 matches, they finished in the top 3, and this time again, 12 points in their favor.
12 points in their favor. You've got Volcanic Esports next with 7 points. Team Elite with 7 points as well. Team Seal at 6. That's all that he could acquire. SEPOY Mutiny on 4. Gladiator Esports, they certainly will have to do a lot of thinking on the backlines. They will have to work on their aggression as well, because the approach is not working in, the rotations aren't really working in, and they currently are easy targets to be picked off, to be very harsh, honestly, because Aladdin, for sure, he has been a great addition to this lineup, but the rest of the team as a unit, I don't really think Gladiators, they've really shined so far. Moving on towards the second page, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out who is going to be the biggest disappointment so far. ESCN Esports, we kind of expected a hat trick. We kind of expected that 100-point mark, Necros, but that did not happen.
I kind of warned Ark about it, that we should not talk about the century, because unless it's done, we should just not anticipate about it. Well, it happened once again. It didn't happen for Ico Soul, neither for Evan, not even for ESCN, it seems. But for now, I have to just say, Team Psych, I didn't even expect them to underperform like this. The first match went pretty amazing, finishing in the second spot, but the next two, a pure setback that you don't want to see from Team Psych. Even for 4 Horsemen, it happened. BURNX official couldn't even come up front, only got 1 point. But now the final stage comes in front of us, Salty, that we speak.
Yep.
All the 3 matches of this Group 8 are done now. We move on to the overall standings, and let's see which team is actually sitting on the top, and it's none other than ESCN Esports with a total of 50 points that they accumulate in 3 matches.
Half century! ESCN Esports, of course, that's a big one. CS Esports, 39 points for them. Hyper Legends, 31 points. BURNX officials at 23. Originals MIZORAM, kudos to them as well. A good performance, 21 points. Team Psych at 19. Team Elite at 17. And Team Seal at 17 as well. If we do flip further, we will find few big names in the competition. Have a look at this. Gladiator Esports, 9 points is all that they have acquired from 3 games. That's not doing justice to the tag of being defending champions. SEPOY Mutiny at 10. Volcanic Esports, I had a lot of high hopes, especially with the kind of rotations they were able to pull off, but could not really do anything on the back of it. 8 points. UNSB 8 points. Spy Elite on 7. 4 Horsemen at 5. BOTxESPORTS at 5. And the SUPARI gang at 2. Of course, there are going to be few teams who will really going to be very happy about their performance. ESCN will be one of them. I'm pretty sure Hyper Legends is going to be one of them as well. CS Esports with a last-ditch comeback, possibly making an entry inside BGIS main event. But as of now, Necros, who do you think has been the biggest disappointment from this group so far?
That's definitely going to be Gladiators. There's no doubt in that. And when you just talk about this, again, you expect a lot when it comes down to those defending champions, that this might be a new roster, but the kind of legacy or the kind of responsibility that they have on their shoulder might just create a little bit pressure, because it's a new lineup once again. But I really believe in the upcoming time, we might be seeing this lineup flourishing better and better because they might have to play again the in-game qualifiers to be in the BGIS main stage.
Absolutely. Gladiator Esports, at least they have an opportunity to play the in-game qualifiers right now and come back into the main event once again, ladies and gentlemen. If you also want that opportunity, then grab it for yourselves. I wish you have registered yourself on craftindiaesports.com. And if you have, grab your 4 main players. Yes, exactly. Grab them, bring them together inside the game and play your 15 classic ranked games on any map that you like, and try and get 10 good performances on board. And if you do well enough, maybe you will qualify in BGIS, the main event, and we're going to be casting your games. Who knows? You might be the next big superstar. You might be the next champion of BGIS. Anything is possible. There are so many hidden gems out there, just like my main man, Necros.
Oh man, that was smooth. But yeah, once again, a tip I would like to give you guys if you want to have some more average of finishes, because that's once again that kind of factor that plays a mark. Play Sanok and get as many finishes as you want.
Play Sanok and get as many finishes as you want. That is a great tip, Necros. But of course, with the day coming to an end almost, we've had such ups and downs. We've had some underdog teams who've really shined. We've had the defending champions who've had massive, massive falls. But ladies and gentlemen, the same emotion is going to continue because this game is an emotion, and we're going to see you at the same place, same time next week with BGIS The Grind. Bye-bye.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download BOTxESPORTS today.
रुक रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे.